In this audiobook, you will discover the 7 hermetic principles that the ancient masters once mastered, now validated by quantum physics. You will learn why your emotions are the language the universe understands, and how your thoughts literally reorganize the energy around you. You will understand why you have been attracting exactly what is in your life, and how to change it permanently. Most importantly, you will discover that this knowledge has always been within you. The masters did not invent these truths. They simply remembered, and now it's your turn to remember as well. This is the operating manual that should have come with you at birth. Get ready to awaken the inner master who has always been waiting for this moment. Chapter 1. The manuscript that should not exist. What if everything you've been told about reality is a carefully constructed lie? Not a malicious one, necessarily, but a lie nonetheless. A story so deeply woven into the fabric of our collective consciousness that questioning it feels like heresy. A narrative that serves to keep you small, powerless, and forever seeking answers outside yourself. I'm going to share something with you that changed everything for me, and I believe it will change everything for you too. But first, I need you to understand why this knowledge has been hidden, suppressed, and in many cases, violently opposed throughout history. Because once you understand the why, the what becomes impossible to ignore. There exists a manuscript, fragments of wisdom, really, scattered across time and civilizations, that reveals a truth so powerful it threatened the very foundations of control structures throughout human history. This wasn't one book written by one person. It was a knowing, an understanding, a remembering that surfaced again and again, in different places, different languages, different eras. The ancient Egyptians knew it. The Vedic sages taught it. The Hermetic masters guarded it. The medieval alchemists encoded it in symbols. The indigenous shamans lived it. And every single time this knowledge emerged, there were forces determined to bury it. Why? Because this knowledge makes you sovereign. It makes you the creator of your reality. It makes you ungovernable in the truest sense of the word. And throughout history, those who benefit from your belief in limitation, scarcity, and powerlessness have understood one fundamental thing. A person who knows their true nature cannot be controlled. You might be thinking, if this knowledge is so powerful, why hasn't everyone heard about it? Why isn't it taught in schools? Why did I have to stumble upon this audiobook to discover it? Those are exactly the right questions, and the answers reveal everything about the world we've inherited. Let me take you back to a moment that changed my life. I was sitting in a used bookstore, the kind that smells of old paper and forgotten dreams, when a thin volume fell from a shelf. I wasn't even browsing. The Kybalion, it was called. 7 hermetic principles, supposedly passed down from Hermes Trismegistus, a figure so ancient that history and mythology blur together around him. I almost put it back, almost, but something in me whispered, "Read this. Your life depends on it." That whisper, that intuition, was the first crack in the illusion I'd been living under, because within those pages was an explanation for everything I'd experienced but couldn't understand. Every manifestation that seemed like coincidence, every thought that preceded an outcome, every emotion that shifted my external reality. It was all there, described in principles that were thousands of years old, yet perfectly aligned with what quantum physics is discovering today. But here's what really shook me. These principles weren't presented as theory or philosophy. They were presented as operational laws of the universe, as reliable and consistent as gravity. And the text made it clear that this knowledge had been intentionally kept from the masses. passed only from teacher to student, hidden in plain sight through symbolism and allegory. The more I researched, the more I discovered this same pattern throughout history. The Library of Alexandria, burned to the ground, containing countless texts on ancient wisdom. The Gnostic Gospels, buried in the desert for 1700 years because they taught that the kingdom of heaven is within you. The indigenous wisdom keepers, systematically silenced during colonization because they understood humanity's connection to the living universe. The medieval mystics, persecuted for suggesting that God isn't separate from creation, but the very consciousness animating it. Do you see the pattern? Any teaching that empowers the individual, that places creative power in your hands, that suggests you are not separate from the divine source, has been suppressed, ridiculed, or destroyed. And in its place, we've been given systems that make us dependent, doubtful, and disconnected from our true nature. Now, I want to be clear about something. I'm not suggesting some grand conspiracy orchestrated by shadowy figures in back rooms. The truth is both simpler and more complex. When a civilization is built on certain assumptions, when power structures depend on specific beliefs, those assumptions and beliefs become self-perpetuating. They become the water we swim in, so invisible we don't even know we're wet. For thousands of years, various institutions have benefited from your belief that you are powerless, that life happens to you, that you are at the mercy of external forces. Religions that position themselves as gatekeepers between you and the divine. Economic systems that require you to believe in scarcity. Educational models that train you to memorize and obey rather than question and create. Political structures that need you to think change only comes from outside authority. None of this required a conspiracy. It only required each generation teaching the next that this is just how things are, that you are born with original sin or karmic debt, that you must earn your worth through suffering and sacrifice, that the universe is indifferent or even hostile to your desires, that reality is fixed and solid, and you are just a tiny, insignificant speck in an incomprehensibly vast cosmos. But the ancient masters knew differently. They knew what modern quantum physics is now confirming. Consciousness is fundamental. The observer affects the observed. Reality is participatory, not predetermined. Energy responds to intention. The universe is not a dead machine, but a living field of infinite potential, and you are not separate from it. You are it, experiencing itself through the unique lens of your individual awareness. This is the knowledge that survived, not through institutions or official channels, but through secret schools, oral traditions, encoded texts, and mystical experiences that kept breaking through despite all efforts to suppress them. Generation after generation, there were always a few who remembered, who woke up from the collective trance, who realized they were not victims but creators. And here's the beautiful irony. The knowledge couldn't be destroyed because it's not really external knowledge at all. It's remembering. Every master who ever lived didn't learn something new. They remembered something ancient. They tapped into a knowing that exists beyond thought, beyond culture, beyond time. They accessed what some call the Akashic records, others call universal consciousness, and still others simply call truth. You have access to the same knowing. You always have. The manuscript I'm talking about isn't really lost at all. It's written in the very fabric of existence, and you have the ability to read it whenever you choose to look beyond the veil of conditioned thinking. Think about this for a moment. Haven't you had experiences that couldn't be explained by the conventional worldview? Times when you thought of someone, and they immediately called? Moments when you knew something was going to happen before it did? Instances when your emotional state seemed to directly influence external events? Dreams that came true? Visualizations that manifested into physical reality? The programmed part of your mind dismissed these as coincidence, luck, or wishful thinking. But a deeper part of you knew they were glimpses of something real, something the mainstream narrative couldn't account for. Those weren't anomalies. They were you, briefly operating according to the true laws of reality instead of the false limitations you've been taught to accept. The ancient masters built entire practices around these laws. They didn't call them miracles or supernatural events. They called them natural consequences of aligning with how consciousness actually works. They understood that thought is creative energy. That emotion is the language of the universe. That belief shapes perception, and perception shapes experience. That you are never observing reality. You are always creating it, whether you know it or not. This is why the knowledge was considered dangerous. Not because it's evil or dark or harmful, but because it reveals that every single limitation you accept is self-imposed. Every boundary you see is a boundary you're creating. Every circumstance you think is happening to you is actually happening through you. The power structures of the world can only exist as long as you believe you're powerless. The moment you remember your true nature, their hold on you dissolves like mist in the morning sun. But here's what's truly revolutionary about this moment in history. We're living in an era where ancient wisdom and modern science are converging. Quantum physicists are describing reality in terms that sound like they came from mystical texts. Neuroscientists are discovering that your brain doesn't distinguish between imagined and real experiences. Biologists are finding that your thoughts and emotions directly affect your genetic expression. Consciousness researchers are documenting that focused intention can influence random number generators and even physical matter. The manuscript is being validated by the very institutions that once opposed it, not because those institutions suddenly became enlightened, but because reality has a way of revealing itself regardless of what we believe about it. Truth doesn't need defenders. It only needs witnesses willing to see what's actually there instead of what they've been told should be there. So why now? Why is this knowledge emerging so powerfully at this particular moment? Because humanity is at a crossroads. We're living through a time of unprecedented change, challenge, and opportunity. The old systems are crumbling. The old stories aren't working anymore. More people than ever before are waking up to the fact that something is deeply wrong with the world we've inherited and desperately seeking new ways of being. This is not coincidence. This is the natural evolution of consciousness. When enough individuals begin to question, to seek, to remember, a tipping point is reached. We're reaching that tipping point right now, and you're part of it. The fact that you're hearing these words in this moment is not random. You're ready. Some part of you has been calling this information to you because your soul knows it's time to remember who you really are. Let me tell you what's going to happen as you continue this journey through the coming chapters. You're going to discover principles that will seem both completely new and strangely familiar. That's because they're describing what you've always known on a deep level, but haven't had language for. You're going to learn how reality actually operates, not how you've been told it operates. You're going to see examples and evidence that will make the invisible visible. And most importantly, you're going to receive tools and understandings that will allow you to consciously create your life, instead of unconsciously repeating patterns. But I need to be honest with you about something. This knowledge comes with responsibility. Once you understand these principles, you can never again claim to be a victim of circumstance. You can't blame your parents, your past, your genetics, your government, your economy, or your luck, because you'll know with unshakable certainty that you are the primary creative force in your own life. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every belief you hold, is literally broadcasting a signal into the quantum field and receiving back experiences that match that signal. This is where most people turn back, because as much as we say we want to be empowered, there's a part of us that finds comfort in powerlessness. If life is happening to us, we're not responsible for what shows up. We can stay small and safe and blame external forces when things don't go our way. But mastery requires something different. It requires you to stand in the full recognition of your creative power and use it consciously, deliberately, and with wisdom. The ancient masters who preserved this knowledge didn't do it for the faint of heart. They did it for souls like yours, souls that are ready to step out of the collective dream and into conscious creation. They encoded these truths in symbols and stories and practices so that when the student was ready, the teaching would appear. And here you are, ready. Over the next chapters, we're going to decode the 7 hermetic principles that form the foundation of how reality operates. These aren't religious doctrines or philosophical theories. They're operational laws, as consistent and reliable as the law of gravity. Master these principles, and you master your experience of life. Ignore them, and you remain subject to forces that seem external, but are actually reflections of your own consciousness. We'll explore how everything is mental, how the universe is fundamentally made of consciousness rather than matter. We'll dive into the principle of correspondence, how patterns repeat on every scale from the atomic to the cosmic, and how change at one level creates change at every level. You'll learn about vibration, how nothing rests, everything moves, and your emotional frequency literally determines what you attract into your life. We'll unlock the mystery of polarity, how opposites are identical in nature and different only in degree, and how this understanding allows you to transmute any unwanted condition by raising your vibration. You'll discover the principle of rhythm, how everything flows in and out, rises and falls, and how to use these natural cycles instead of being used by them. We'll explore causation, how nothing happens by chance, and every effect has a cause that begins in consciousness. And finally, we'll understand gender, not as physical sex, but as the masculine and feminine principles of giving and receiving that must be balanced for manifestation to occur. But more than just understanding these principles intellectually, you're going to learn how to apply them, how to use them to reprogram your subconscious mind, to shift your emotional state, to collapse quantum possibilities into actual experiences, how to move from being a passive observer of your life to being the conscious architect of your reality. This is the knowledge that was hidden from you, not because you weren't worthy of it, but because you weren't ready. Well, you're ready now. The very fact that this audiobook found its way to you, that you're hearing these words in this moment, is proof that some part of you has already begun to remember. The manuscript was never really lost. It's been inside you all along, written in the very structure of your consciousness, waiting for the moment when you would be ready to read it. That moment is now. The question is no longer whether you have the power to create your reality. Science and ancient wisdom both confirm that you do. The question is, will you use that power consciously or unconsciously? Will you remain asleep to your true nature, or will you awaken? Every master who ever lived faced this same choice. The Buddha under the Bodhi tree, Jesus in the wilderness, The hermetic adepts in their laboratories, the yogis in their caves, they all had to decide whether to believe the illusion of separation and limitation or to recognize their unity with all that is. They all had to choose between the comfort of ignorance and the responsibility of awareness. You're facing that same choice right now. But here's what they discovered, and what you're about to discover. The responsibility isn't a burden, it's liberation. Because when you know you're creating your reality, you stop waiting for someone to save you, fix you, complete you, or validate you. You become whole unto yourself. You step into your sovereignty. You reclaim your birthright as a conscious creator in a participatory universe. The old world told you that you were born in sin, that you needed to be saved, that salvation came from outside, that you were fundamentally flawed and broken and needed fixing. The ancient wisdom that survived tells you something completely different. It tells you that you are already whole, already divine, already equipped with everything you need to create a life of meaning, purpose, abundance, and joy. It tells you that the kingdom of heaven isn't someplace you go when you die. It's a state of consciousness you can access right here, right now. This is what they didn't want you to know. This is the manuscript that was banned, burned, and buried throughout history. Not the physical pages of a book, but the living truth written in your cells, encoded in your DNA, embedded in your consciousness. You are the manuscript. You are the ancient wisdom. You are the master awakening to your own power. So as we journey together through the principles that govern reality, I invite you to approach them not as new information to learn, but as ancient, remembering to reclaim. Let them resonate with what you already know deep inside. Let them confirm what your soul has been whispering to you all along. Let them activate the dormant, knowing that has been waiting for this moment to emerge. The masters aren't gone. They're not figures in the distant past, separate from you, special in ways you could never be. They were human beings, just like you, who made a choice. They chose to look beyond the veil. They chose to question everything they'd been taught. They chose to explore the inner landscape of consciousness instead of just navigating the outer world of form. And in doing so, they discovered what you're about to discover. You stand at the threshold now. Behind you is a world of limitation, separation, and unconscious creation. Ahead of you is a reality of infinite possibility, unity, and deliberate manifestation. The door has been opened. The invitation has been extended. The knowledge that was hidden is now revealed. All that remains is your decision. Will you step through? Will you claim the power that has always been yours? Will you become who you were always meant to be? The manuscript that should not exist does exist, not in a library or a vault, but in the living laboratory of your own consciousness. And starting right now, in this very moment, you're going to learn how to read it. Welcome home, Master. It's time to remember. Chapter 2. The First Secret. All is mind. Close your eyes for a moment and think of a lemon. See it in your mind's eye. Bright yellow dimpled skin, that distinctive oval shape. Now imagine cutting it in half. Watch the juice run down the sides. Bring it close to your face and smell that sharp, clean citrus scent. Now take a bite. Feel the sourness flood your mouth, the way your face automatically scrunches, how your salivary glands instantly activate. Open your eyes. Did your mouth water? Did you physically react to something that existed only in your mind? Of course you did, because here's the secret that changes everything. Your body, your nervous system, your entire biological system cannot distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you physically experience. To your brain, thought is reality. Now take this simple truth and expand it to cosmic proportions. What if the entire universe operates on the same principle? What if reality itself is fundamentally mental, not physical? What if consciousness isn't something that emerged from matter, but matter is something that emerges from consciousness? This is the first and most foundational principle the ancient masters understood. The all is mind. The universe is mental. Reality is consciousness experiencing itself. Everything you see, touch, hear, taste, and smell is thought made manifest, not your individual thought alone, but the infinite mind thinking itself into existence, and you are both a thought within that mind and a thinking center with creative power of your own. I know this sounds abstract, maybe even ridiculous to the part of you that's been trained to believe in solid, objective reality. You look around and see walls, furniture, your own body. These things feel undeniably real, solid, separate from your thoughts about them. How could they possibly be mental? But here's what the ancient masters knew, and modern physics is now confirming. Nothing is actually solid. When you look at matter at the quantum level, it's not solid at all. It's energy vibrating at different frequencies. It's mostly empty space. And more than that, it only exists in a definite state when it's observed. Before observation, it exists as pure potential, as waves of probability. The act of conscious observation collapses those waves into particles, into the appearance of solid reality. Think about what that means. The universe at its most fundamental level is not made of things. It's made of possibilities that become things, through the act of consciousness engaging with them. You are not observing a pre-existing, fixed reality. You are participating in the creation of reality through the very act of observation, through the focus of your consciousness, through the power of your mind. This isn't philosophy or spirituality trying to sound profound. This is what the double-slit experiment demonstrated. This is what quantum entanglement reveals. This is what every serious physicist grapples with when they dive deep enough into the nature of reality. Consciousness is fundamental, matter is derivative. Mind creates reality, not the other way around. The ancient Egyptian mystery schools taught this. The Vedic sages declared it in the statement, Brahman is real, the world is illusion, the individual self is Brahman. The Hermetic masters encoded it in the first principle. The all is mind, the universe is mental. Different words, different cultures, different eras, same truth. Reality is consciousness experiencing itself through infinite variations, and you are one of those variations, endowed with the same creative power as the source from which you emerged. Now I want you to really sit with this for a moment, because everything else we're going to explore builds on this foundation. If the universe is fundamentally mental, if consciousness is primary and matter is secondary, then every single thing in your life right now is a thought made manifest. Your relationships are thoughts made manifest. Your bank account is thoughts made manifest. Your health is thoughts made manifest. Your circumstances, your opportunities, your challenges, your entire experience of life is the physical equivalent of your mental state. This is where people usually get uncomfortable, because if everything is thought made manifest, then you can't blame your circumstances on anything outside yourself. You can't say you're a victim of bad luck, bad genetics, bad economy, bad timing. You have to recognize that at some level, conscious or unconscious, you thought your current reality into existence. But here's where this gets really powerful, and this is what the masters understood. If you created your current reality through thought, you can create a different reality through different thoughts. You're not locked into anything. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is fixed. Reality is fluid, responsive, and infinitely malleable because it's mental in nature, and thought can always be changed. Let me share something that happened to me when I first began to truly grasp this principle. I was stuck in a job I hated, in a relationship that felt suffocating, living in a city that drained my energy. And for years, I told myself I was stuck because of circumstances. I needed the money from the job. I'd invested too much time in the relationship. I couldn't afford to move. All external reasons, all seemingly logical, all completely false. The truth was, I had a thought pattern that said, "I'm trapped." That thought created an emotional state of powerlessness. That emotional state broadcasted a frequency into the quantum field, and the universe, being mental, being responsive to consciousness, reflected back to me experiences that matched that frequency, more situations that made me feel trapped, more evidence that I was powerless, more reasons why I couldn't change. The breakthrough came when I realized that the trap wasn't in my circumstances. The trap was in my mind, and the moment I changed my thinking, not just superficially, but at a deep, cellular level, everything began to shift. Not because I took massive external action, though action did follow, but because I shifted my mental state first, and reality, being mental in nature, had no choice but to reorganize itself to match my new frequency. This is what quantum physics calls the observer effect. This is what ancient masters called the law of attraction. This is what every religion has tried to explain through prayer and faith. You are not subject to reality. You are the creator of reality through the focusing of your consciousness, through the thoughts you think, through the beliefs you hold, through the emotional state you embody. But here's the crucial part that most people miss. It's not just about positive thinking. It's not about slapping affirmations on top of deep-seated beliefs to the contrary. It's about understanding that thoughts are actual things, actual energetic patterns that interact with the mental substance of the universe and form into physical experiences. Think of it this way. The universe is like an infinite ocean of conscious energy, pure potential, waiting to be shaped into form. Your mind is like a mold. Whatever shape you hold consistently in your consciousness, that shape forms in the mental substance of the universe and eventually manifests in physical reality. Hold the shape of poverty, and poverty manifests. Hold the shape of abundance, and abundance manifests. Hold the shape of sickness, and sickness manifests. Hold the shape of health, and health manifests. The ancient alchemists weren't really trying to turn lead into gold. That was a metaphor. They were learning to transmute base thoughts into elevated thoughts, dense emotional frequencies into light emotional frequencies, unconscious reactions into conscious creations. They understood that mastering the mind was the key to mastering reality, because mind and reality are not separate. They're different aspects of the same thing. Now, you might be thinking, if this is true, why can't I just think about $1 million and have it appear? Why isn't everyone who understands this principle living in perfect health and abundance? This is the question that trips people up, and the answer reveals a deeper layer of how the mental universe operates. You don't have just one thought. You have thousands of thoughts every day, most of them unconscious, many of them contradictory. You might consciously think, "I want abundance," while unconsciously believing money is hard to come by, or rich people are greedy, or I don't deserve wealth. These conflicting thoughts create conflicting frequencies, and the universe responds to the dominant frequency not just the conscious desire. Moreover, thought alone isn't the complete picture. Thought combined with feeling, with emotional energy, that's what creates reality. The ancient masters understood this. They didn't just think about what they wanted, they felt it. They embodied the emotional state of already having it. They lived in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. As Neville Goddard so beautifully put it, because emotion is energy in motion, and it's the energy that moves in the quantum field and draws experiences to you. This is why two people can think the same thought and get different results. One person thinks about wealth while feeling lack, fear, and desperation. Another thinks about wealth while feeling gratitude, expectancy, and joy. Same thought, completely different emotional signature, completely different results. The universe doesn't respond to your words or even your thoughts. It responds to your vibration, to the frequency you're broadcasting through your emotional state. The masters spent years training their minds, not just to think positive thoughts, but to gain complete dominion over their mental and emotional states. They learned to observe their thoughts without being controlled by them. They learned to choose their emotional responses instead of being triggered by external events. They learned to maintain a consistent internal state regardless of external circumstances because they understood that external circumstances are always a reflection of internal state. This is what meditation is really about. It's not just relaxation or stress relief, though those are wonderful byproducts. It's training your mind to be still, so you can observe the constant chatter of unconscious thought patterns. It's creating space between stimulus and response, so you can choose your thoughts instead of being run by programmed reactions. It's learning to be the master of your mind instead of its slave. Because here's the truth. If you're not consciously directing your thoughts are being directed by your programming, by the beliefs you absorbed from your parents, your culture, your early experiences, by the fears and limitations of the collective consciousness, by the habitual patterns etched into your neural pathways through repetition. And if your thoughts are creating your reality, and your thoughts are unconscious and programmed, then you're creating by default, not by design. The first step to becoming a conscious creator is becoming conscious of your thoughts, just noticing them, watching the stream of mental content that flows through your awareness, moment by moment, not judging it, not trying to fix it yet, just observing. Because observation itself begins to change the pattern. The moment you become aware of a thought, you're no longer completely identified with it. You've created a gap, and in that gap lies your power to choose. The second step is understanding the nature of thought. Thoughts are not facts. They're not truth. They're not reality. They're just thoughts, patterns of mental energy, and they can be changed as easily as changing a channel on a television. You don't have to believe every thought that crosses your mind. You can question them. You can challenge them. You can deliberately choose different thoughts. And here's something beautiful. You can't hold two thoughts simultaneously. Your conscious mind can only focus on one thought at a time. So if you find yourself thinking a thought that doesn't serve you, a thought that creates a feeling you don't want, a thought that moves you toward an experience you don't desire, you can simply choose a different thought. Not by fighting the unwanted thought, which only gives it more energy, but by gently redirecting your attention to a thought that feels better, that serves your highest vision, that aligns with what you want to create. This is the practice of mental discipline the masters developed. They didn't let their minds wander wherever chance and habit took them. They treated their minds like gardens, carefully tending to what they allowed to grow there. They pulled the weeds of limiting beliefs. They planted seeds of empowering thoughts. They watered those seeds with the emotion of gratitude and expectancy, and they harvested the fruits of a reality that reflected their mental cultivation. But let's go even deeper. If all is mind, if the universe itself is mental, then you're not just creating your personal reality through your personal mind. You're connected to a universal mind, an infinite intelligence, a source consciousness that contains all knowledge, all wisdom, all creative power. The ancient masters called this different names in different traditions. The Hermetics called it the All. The Hindus call it Brahman. Some call it God, though not the anthropomorphic deity of traditional religion. The quantum field, the unified field, source, the universe. The names don't matter. What matters is recognizing that you're not separate from it. Your individual mind is like a wave on the ocean of universal mind. The wave has its own identity, its own expression, but it's never separate from the ocean. It's made of the same substance. It's animated by the same force. And just as the wave can tap into the power of the ocean, your mind can tap into the infinite intelligence of universal mind. This is how inspiration works. This is where intuition comes from. This is why people throughout history have reported receiving downloads of information, sudden insights, creative breakthroughs that seem to come from beyond their personal knowledge. They're tapping into universal mind, into the mental substance of the universe where all information exists simultaneously. The masters learned to quiet their personal minds so they could hear the whispers of universal mind. They learned to surrender their limited ego-based thinking so they could access unlimited cosmic intelligence. They understood that trying to figure everything out with their rational mind was like trying to see the whole ocean from the perspective of a single wave. But when they expanded their awareness, when they recognized themselves as both the wave and the ocean, suddenly they had access to infinite resources, infinite possibilities, infinite creative power. This is what prayer really is when it works. Not begging some external deity for favors, but aligning your individual mind with universal mind, tuning your personal frequency to the cosmic frequency, recognizing that what you're asking for already exists in the mental realm, and you're simply opening yourself to receive it in physical form. This is what faith really means. Not blind belief without evidence, but the unshakable knowing that because all is mind, because consciousness creates reality, because you are connected to the source of all creation, anything you can conceive and believe, you can achieve. Not through force or struggle, but through alignment, through becoming a clear channel for universal intelligence to flow through you and manifest as you. Every great inventor knew this. Tesla talked about receiving complete visions of his inventions from the ether. Einstein said imagination is more important than knowledge, because knowledge is limited to what we already know. But imagination touches everything that will ever be known. Mozart heard entire symphonies in his mind before writing a single note. They weren't creating from nothing. They were tapping into the infinite creative potential of universal mind and bringing it into form through their individual expression. And you have the same ability. Not maybe, not if you're special enough or talented enough or lucky enough. You have it because you are consciousness, you are mind, you are a focal point of the same infinite intelligence that creates galaxies and orchestrates the dance of atoms. The only difference between you and the masters is that they remembered this truth and learned to operate according to it, while you've been taught to forget it and operate according to false limitations. But here's the beautiful thing. Remembering is a choice available to you right now. Not someday when you're more evolved or more spiritual or more deserving. Right now. This moment. You can choose to recognize that the thoughts you're thinking right now are creating your experience of this moment and setting up your experiences of future moments. You can choose to take full responsibility for your mental state. You can choose to become a deliberate, conscious creator instead of an unconscious default receiver. The universe is mental. Reality is thought made manifest. Consciousness is primary. Matter is secondary. You are not a body with a mind. You are mind temporarily expressing through a body. Your essence is not physical. Your true nature is consciousness itself, individualized, personalized, and endowed with the creative power of the source from which you emerged. This is the first secret. This is the foundation. Everything else builds on this, the principle of mentalism. The universe is mental, held in the mind of the all. And within that infinite mind, you exist as a thinking center, with the power to direct your portion of that mind, to shape your experience, to create your reality through the thoughts you think and the emotional energy you generate. The ancient masters who preserved this knowledge did so because they knew it was the key to everything. Master your mind, and you master your life. Learn to think from the end result you desire rather than from current circumstances. Train yourself to maintain elevated emotional states regardless of external conditions. Align your individual consciousness with universal consciousness. Do these things consistently, and reality has no choice but to reorganize itself to match your new frequency, because reality is mental, responsive, and infinitely malleable. This isn't theory. This isn't hopeful thinking. This is how the universe operates. This is the hidden mechanism behind every manifestation, every miracle, every transformation. The masters proved it through their lives. Science is confirming it through experiment after experiment. And now you know it too. The question is no longer whether your thoughts create your reality. They do. The question is, what reality are you creating? What thoughts are you thinking consistently? What emotional state are you embodying moment to moment? What frequency are you broadcasting into the quantum field? Because right now, in this very instant, you are creating. Not tomorrow, not when you figure everything out, not when circumstances are perfect. Right now, your mind is interacting with the mental substance of the universe. Your thoughts are forming into things. Your emotional state is determining what you attract. You are always creating, always manifesting, always in the process of bringing your mental state into physical form. The only question is, are you doing it consciously or unconsciously? Are you creating by design or by default? Are you directing your mind, or is it directing you? The masters made a choice. They chose conscious creation. They chose to take dominion over their mental and emotional states. They chose to align with universal mind rather than being controlled by conditioned patterns. They chose to remember their true nature as consciousness itself, unlimited and infinitely creative. And now, it's your turn to choose. The first secret has been revealed. All is mind. The universe is mental. You are a thinking center within infinite intelligence, with the power to direct thought, to shape reality, to create experience. What will you do with this knowledge? Will you continue to think unconsciously, to react habitually, to create by default? Or will you step into your power as a conscious creator, directing your mind with intention, choosing your thoughts deliberately, aligning with the infinite creative potential that you are? The universe is waiting for your decision, not judging you, not limiting you, simply responding to whatever frequency you choose to broadcast, because that's what the mental universe does. It reflects back to you the mental state you hold. It matches your vibration. It manifests your dominant thoughts and feelings into physical form. So choose wisely. Choose powerfully. Choose in alignment with your highest vision, because now you know the truth. Now you remember, all is mind, and you are mind, and the entire universe is conspiring to manifest whatever reality your consciousness conceives and believes. This is your birthright. This is your power. This is the first secret that changes everything. Welcome to conscious creation. Welcome to mental mastery. Welcome to the truth that was hidden from you, but was always waiting for you to remember. Chapter 3. The Dance of Polarities. What the Masters knew about duality. Have you ever noticed that the darkest hour is just before dawn? That the coldest part of winter precedes the first signs of spring? That your greatest breakthroughs often come right after your biggest breakdowns? This isn't coincidence. This isn't poetic metaphor. This is one of the fundamental principles that govern how reality operates. And once you understand it, you'll never see your challenges the same way again. The ancient masters discovered something that modern thinking has completely forgotten. Opposites are not separate things. They're the same thing, viewed from different perspectives, experienced at different degrees. Hot and cold aren't two different phenomena. They're both temperature, just at different points on the same scale. Love and hate aren't opposing emotions. They're both intense caring, just pointed in different directions. Success and failure aren't different outcomes. They're both feedback, just interpreted through different lenses. This is the principle of polarity, and it's one of the most powerful tools for transformation that has ever existed. The Hermetic Masters stated it clearly. Everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. Read that again, slowly. Let it sink in, because this single principle, truly understood, gives you the power to transmute any unwanted condition in your life. Not by fighting it, not by resisting it, not by pretending it doesn't exist, but by recognizing its true nature and consciously shifting your position on the pole. Let me explain what I mean. Think about a thermometer. At one end you have extreme cold, at the other extreme heat. But there's no point where cold stops and heat begins. It's a continuum, a spectrum, a single phenomenon expressing at different degrees. You can move up and down that scale. If you're experiencing cold and you want warmth, you don't fight the cold. You don't try to push it away. You simply raise the temperature. You move up the pole. Now apply this to every aspect of your life. If you're experiencing poverty and you want abundance, you're not dealing with two separate realities. You're dealing with one reality, prosperity, expressed at different degrees. Poverty is simply a lower vibration on the prosperity pole. You don't need to battle poverty. You need to raise your vibration up the pole toward abundance. If you're experiencing fear and you want courage, same thing. Fear and courage aren't opposites in the way you've been taught to think about opposites. They're the same energy, confidence, expressing at different frequencies. Fear is low vibration confidence. Courage is high vibration confidence. You move from one to the other, not by eliminating fear, but by raising your frequency. This is what the masters meant by mental transmutation. They weren't performing magic tricks or defying natural laws. They were working with natural laws, specifically this law of polarity, to shift their position on any pole they chose. And here's the beautiful part. You have the same ability. You've always had it. You just didn't know how it worked. I remember when this principle first clicked for me. I was in one of the darkest periods of my life. Depression had become my constant companion. I'd tried fighting it, tried positive thinking, tried pretending I was fine when I wasn't. Nothing worked because I was treating depression as an enemy to be defeated, as something separate from joy. But depression and joy aren't separate. They're both positions on the emotional pole. Depression is low-frequency emotion. Joy is high-frequency emotion. Same pole, different degrees. The breakthrough came when I stopped fighting depression and started consciously raising my frequency. Not in huge leaps, which felt impossible, but in tiny increments. From despair to just slightly less despair. From hopelessness to a tiny glimmer of possibility. From numbness to just the faintest feeling of anything at all. Each small shift up the pole, each slight increase in frequency, made the next shift easier. Because once you're moving, momentum builds. Once you understand you're not fighting an enemy but climbing a scale, the whole game changes. This is why trying to go from depression to joy in one jump rarely works. The frequency gap is too large. Your nervous system can't make that leap. But you can always move 1 degree up the pole. From depression to slightly less depression. From anger to frustration. From frustration to boredom. From boredom to contentment. From contentment to happiness. From happiness to joy. Small shifts, consistent movement up the scale, using the principle of polarity consciously, instead of being used by it unconsciously. The masters understood something else crucial about polarity. You can't experience one end of the pole without the potential for the other end existing. You can't know what hot is without the concept of cold. You can't appreciate light without the existence of darkness. You can't value health without the possibility of illness. The poles are inseparable. They define each other. They create each other. This is why your challenges aren't punishments or mistakes or evidence that you're doing something wrong. They're necessary contrasts that allow you to know what you want by experiencing what you don't want. Every problem contains within it the seed of an equal or greater opportunity, because problems and opportunities are two poles of the same thing, challenge, just experienced at different frequencies. Think about the greatest inventions in human history. They all came from someone experiencing a problem and using that problem as the launching point to move up the pole toward solution. The problem wasn't something to be eliminated. It was something to be transmuted, transformed, used as fuel for moving toward the opposite pole. Edison experienced thousands of failures before creating the light bulb, but he didn't see them as failures. He saw them as necessary steps on the pole between ignorance and knowledge. Each attempt that didn't work moved him 1 degree closer to the attempt that would work. Same pole, different degrees, conscious movement toward the desired end. This is how the principle of polarity relates to manifestation. When you want something you don't currently have, you're at one end of the pole. The thing you want exists at the other end. But here's what most people do. They focus on the lack, on the absence, on being at the wrong end of the pole. And by focusing there, by putting their attention and emotional energy there, they stay there. Because attention is creative. Whatever you focus on expands. The masters learn to do something different. They learn to focus on the desired end of the pole while acknowledging they were currently at a different point. Not denying where they were, but not camping out there either. They used their current position as a reference point, a starting place, and then deliberately moved their consciousness up the pole through thought, emotion, and expectation. Let me give you a practical example. Say you're in debt and you want financial abundance. These aren't separate realities. They're 2 points on the prosperity pole. Right now, you're experiencing the low-frequency end. Abundance exists at the high-frequency end. If you focus on the debt, on the lack, on how far you are from abundance, you're putting all your creative energy into the low end of the pole. You're reinforcing the very condition you want to change. But if you acknowledge the debt without making it your identity, if you see it as a temporary position on the pole rather than a permanent condition, if you consciously begin to shift your focus toward abundance, something remarkable happens. You start noticing opportunities you couldn't see before. Ideas come to you. Resources appear. The universe, responding to your frequency shift, begins reflecting back circumstances that match your new position on the pole. This isn't magical thinking. This is how polarity works. Your position on any pole is determined by your mental and emotional frequency. Change the frequency, and you automatically change your position. It's law. It's not personal. It's not about deserving or earning or being good enough. It's simply about understanding how poles work and using that understanding to consciously shift your position. Now here's where this gets really interesting. The ancient masters discovered that all poles are connected. Your position on one pole affects your position on all the others. If you're at the low end of the emotional pole, you'll find yourself at the low end of the health pole, the prosperity pole, the relationship pole, because they're all expressions of the same thing. Your vibrational frequency, your state of consciousness, your mental and emotional position in the universal field. This is why you can't compartmentalize life. You can't be vibrating at fear in one area and expect to manifest abundance in another. You can't be at the low end of the self-worth pole and somehow be at the high end of the success pole. The poles are all connected because they're all expressions of consciousness, and consciousness is unified, not fragmented. The good news is that the reverse is also true. When you consciously raise your frequency on one pole, all the other poles begin to shift. When you move up the emotional pole, your health improves, your finances improve, your relationships improve, not because they're directly connected, but because they're all responding to the same thing, your vibrational state, your position in the field of consciousness. This is why the masters focused so intently on their inner state. They knew that external circumstances were always reflections of internal frequency. They knew that trying to change the outside without changing the inside was futile. They knew that mastering their position on the poles of consciousness was the key to mastering their experience of life. But here's something subtle that most people miss. You don't move up a pole by fighting what's at the bottom. You can't get to love by fighting hate. You can't get to abundance by fighting poverty. You can't get to health by fighting disease. Fighting keeps you engaged with the low end of the pole. Resistance locks you into the very frequency you're trying to escape. The masters learned to transmute, not to fight. Transmutation means changing the form of something without destroying its essential nature. You transmute lead into gold, not by eliminating lead, but by raising its vibration. You transmute fear into courage, not by destroying fear, but by raising its frequency. You transmute lack into abundance, not by fighting poverty, but by elevating your consciousness to the frequency of prosperity. This is the art of mental alchemy. This is what the ancient texts were really talking about when they discussed turning base metals into gold. They were teaching you how to turn base thoughts into elevated thoughts low-frequency emotions into high-frequency emotions, unconscious reactivity into conscious creativity. The laboratory wasn't external, it was internal. The gold they sought wasn't material, it was consciousness itself, refined and purified, and raised to its highest expression. And you are the alchemist. Your mind is the laboratory. Your thoughts and emotions are the materials. Your attention is the fire that transforms. Every moment of every day, you're either consciously transmuting your frequency or unconsciously reinforcing it. You're either moving up the poles or staying stuck at lower degrees. The choice is always yours, but you have to understand the principle to make the choice consciously. Let me share something that will help you work with this principle practically. The fastest way to move up any pole is through gratitude. Gratitude is like a vibrational elevator that instantly lifts you several degrees higher on every pole simultaneously. Why? Because gratitude is impossible at low frequencies. You can't be genuinely grateful and simultaneously be in fear, anger, or lack. Gratitude automatically shifts you toward the high end of the emotional pole, which shifts everything else. This is why every spiritual tradition emphasizes gratitude. Not because it's a nice thing to do or because some deity demands it, but because it's a practical tool for frequency shift. When you genuinely feel grateful, even for small things, even for things you take for granted, you're using the principle of polarity to raise your vibration. You're consciously moving up the pole. And here's the beautiful spiral this creates. As you move up the pole through gratitude, you start noticing more things to be grateful for. The universe, responding to your elevated frequency, reflects back more circumstances that match that frequency. More things show up to be grateful for. You move higher on the pole. More blessings appear. You go higher still. This is the upward spiral of conscious creation, and it's available to you anytime you choose to use it. The opposite is also true, and this is why the masters were so vigilant about their mental and emotional states. When you focus on what's wrong, on what's missing, on what's not working, you're moving down the pole. The universe reflects back more circumstances that match that low frequency. You focus on those problems. You move lower, more problems appear. You spiral downward. This is how people get stuck in patterns of negativity, not because they're cursed or unlucky, but because they don't understand polarity, and they're unconsciously using it against themselves. But you can reverse any downward spiral instantly by using this principle consciously. The moment you notice you're focused on the low end of any pole, you have the power to shift, not by denying what's there, not by pretending everything is perfect, but by consciously redirecting your attention toward a higher degree on the same pole. Feeling a little bit poor? Find something, anything, to appreciate about your current circumstances. That shifts you 1 degree higher on the prosperity pole. Feeling somewhat sick? Appreciate any aspect of your body that's functioning well. That's movement up the health pole. Feeling moderately lonely? Appreciate any connection, even a smile from a stranger. That's elevation on the relationship pole. Small shifts accumulate. Consistent movement in one direction creates momentum. Before you know it, you're experiencing a completely different reality. Not because you fought your way there, but because you understood the principle of polarity and used it to consciously climb the scale. The masters also understood that extreme positions on any pole are unstable. This is the principle of rhythm, which we'll explore more deeply later, but it connects to polarity in an important way. If you swing too far toward one extreme, The natural tendency is to swing back toward the other. This is why people who win the lottery often end up broke again. They were suddenly thrust to an extreme end of the prosperity pole without the consciousness to sustain that position. The pole naturally seeks balance, and without the proper frequency to maintain the high position, they swing back down. This is why sustainable transformation requires gradual frequency shifts, not just sudden external changes. You need to build the consciousness that matches the desired position on the pole. You need to become the person who naturally vibrates at that frequency. Otherwise, no matter what circumstances appear, you'll unconsciously recreate the conditions that match your actual vibrational state. Think of it like this. If you're vibrating at the frequency of someone who earns $30,000 a year, and suddenly you have $1 million, your vibration hasn't changed. You're still the $30,000 a year person in your consciousness, in your beliefs, in your self-concept. The universe will orchestrate circumstances that bring you back into alignment with that frequency. Not because it's punishing you, but because reality always matches consciousness. Always. This is why the masters focused on being, not just having or doing. They understood that if they could be the person who vibrated at the frequency of their desires, the having would follow automatically. If they could sustain the consciousness of prosperity, prosperity would manifest. If they could embody the frequency of health, health would appear. If they could maintain the vibration of love, loving relationships would materialize. You become the change you want to see, not through willpower or effort, but through consistent focus on the frequency you want to embody. Through choosing thoughts that move you up the pole, through generating emotions that elevate your vibration, through gratitude, appreciation, expectation, and faith, through small shifts repeated until they become your new normal. And here's something profound. The higher you move on any pole, the easier it becomes to stay there. Why? Because high-frequency states feel better. They attract better circumstances. They create upward momentum. Your nervous system begins to recognize that this feels like home. Your subconscious begins to expect this as normal. Your consciousness stabilizes at this new position, and it takes actual effort to drop back down. This is the opposite of what most people experience because most people are unconsciously maintaining low-frequency positions through habit. But the principle works both ways. If you can be unconsciously stuck at low frequencies, you can be consciously established at high frequencies. It's the same mechanism, just used with awareness instead of running on autopilot. The ancient texts say that the wise person uses the principle of polarity instead of being used by it. The masses swing unconsciously between extremes, victims of their own uncontrolled mental and emotional states, but the master stands stable, choosing their position on each pole deliberately, using mental transmutation to elevate their frequency at will. You have this ability right now, not someday when you're more evolved or more spiritual. Right now, this moment. You can become aware of where you are on any pole. You can acknowledge your current position without judgment, and you can make one small shift toward the higher end of that pole through your focus, your thought, your emotion, your gratitude. One shift leads to another. One degree of elevation makes the next degree accessible. Before long, you're experiencing life from a completely different position on the pole, and you'll look back amazed at how far you've traveled without even realizing you were climbing. This is the dance of polarities. This is what the masters knew about duality. Opposites aren't enemies to be fought. They're partners in the same dance, different expressions of the same essential nature. and you are the dancer, moving consciously up and down the scale, choosing your experience through your vibrational position. The universe doesn't judge where you are on any pole. It simply responds to your frequency. It reflects back to you the consciousness you're holding. It matches your vibration with mathematical precision. This is law. This is how reality operates. And now that you know this, you can never again claim that you're stuck where you are. You're not stuck. You're positioned. And position can be changed through conscious application of the principle of polarity, through understanding that what you don't want and what you do want are the same thing at different degrees, through recognizing that you can move from one to the other through mental and emotional elevation. The gold the alchemists sought is the golden consciousness you achieve when you master this principle, when you can maintain high-frequency states regardless of external circumstances, when you can transmute any low-vibration condition into its high-vibration equivalent, when you become so skilled at moving up the poles that it becomes second nature, automatic, your natural way of being. This is mastery. This is freedom. This is the power that was hidden from you, but now stands revealed. The principle of polarity, the dance of opposites, the art of mental transmutation. It's yours to use. It's always been yours. All that was missing was the understanding of how it works. Now you understand. Now you can consciously climb the scale. Now you can transmute any condition from its base expression to its elevated form, not through force, not through struggle, but through the simple application of a universal principle that has governed reality since before time began. Where will you choose to position yourself on the poles of your life? What frequencies will you consciously embody? What transmutations will you perform in the laboratory of your own consciousness? The dance continues, eternal and unchanging. But now you know the steps. Now you can lead instead of being led. Now you can create your experience deliberately instead of accepting whatever shows up by default. This is your power. This is your birthright. This is the second secret revealed. Use it wisely. Use it consciously. Use it to elevate yourself and, by extension, the entire world around you. Because every time you raise your frequency, you make it easier for others to do the same. Every time you move up the pole, you lift the collective consciousness with you. The masters await you at the high end of the scale, not to judge you for where you've been, but to welcome you to where you're going. The climb is yours to make. The principle is yours to use. The transformation is yours to experience. One shift at a time, 1 degree at a time, one conscious choice at a time. This is how masters are made. This is how reality is transformed. This is how you become the alchemist you were always meant to be. Chapter 4. The Universal Rhythm, Navigating the Tides of Life. There's a moment every surfer knows. You're sitting on your board, watching the horizon, feeling the rise and fall of the ocean beneath you. You can see the waves coming in sets, rhythmic, predictable in their unpredictability. And you learn something crucial. You don't fight the ocean. You don't try to force the waves. You watch, you wait, you feel the rhythm, and when the right moment comes, you ride. Your life operates on the same principle. Everything in the universe moves in rhythm. The planets orbit in rhythm. Your heart beats in rhythm. The seasons change in rhythm. Economies expand and contract in rhythm. Relationships ebb and flow in rhythm. Even your thoughts and emotions rise and fall in patterns as predictable as the tides. once you learn to observe them. The ancient masters called this the principle of rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. That last part is crucial. Rhythm compensates. What goes up must come down. What expands must contract. What flows out must flow back in. This isn't good or bad. It's not a punishment or a problem. It's simply how the universe maintains balance. It's the heartbeat of existence. And once you understand this principle, once you learn to work with rhythm instead of against it, everything changes. Most people live as victims of rhythm. They experience the ups and feel great, thinking they've finally arrived. Then they experience the downs and feel devastated, thinking they've lost everything. They don't realize they're simply experiencing the natural swing of the pendulum. They don't understand that the down isn't failure. It's not evidence that something's wrong. It's just the inevitable counter-swing that follows every forward swing. I learned this lesson the hard way. In my early years of studying these principles, I experienced what felt like a breakthrough. Everything was flowing. Money was coming in. Relationships were harmonious. My health was perfect. I thought I'd mastered manifestation. I thought I'd transcended the ordinary ups and downs of life. I was riding high on the upswing of the pendulum, and I mistakenly believed I could stay there forever. Then the rhythm shifted. Business slowed down. A relationship ended. I got sick, and instead of recognizing this as the natural compensatory swing of rhythm, I panicked. I thought I'd done something wrong. I thought I'd lost my connection to source. I fought against the downturn, which only made it worse. I was exhausting myself trying to force the pendulum back to where it had been, not understanding that it was already on its way there naturally. That's when I discovered what the masters knew about rhythm. You can't stop the pendulum from swinging, but you don't have to swing with it. You can learn to position your consciousness above the swing, observing it, flowing with it, using it, without being thrown around by it. Think about the ocean again. The waves move in rhythm, but the ocean itself remains. The surface rises and falls, but the depths stay constant. The wise person learns to anchor their consciousness in the depths while allowing the surface to do what surfaces do: move, change, flow, shift, according to natural rhythm. This doesn't mean you become cold or detached or uninvolved with life. It means you develop what the masters called equilibrium. You stay centered in your core, in your essential nature, while the circumstances of life flow and ebb around you. You recognize that the external rhythm doesn't define your internal state unless you allow it to. Here's a practical example. Let's say you're building a business. You have a great month where everything clicks. Sales are up. Customers are flowing in. You're feeling unstoppable. That's the forward swing of the pendulum. Now, if you understand rhythm, you know that a compensatory swing is coming. Not because you did anything wrong, not because the universe is punishing you, but because that's how rhythm works. What expands must contract before it can expand again, larger than before. So when the slow month comes, when sales dip, when things quiet down, you don't panic. You don't think you've lost your touch. You recognize it as the natural breath of the business, the inhale that follows the exhale. You use this time to prepare, to plan, to plant seeds for the next expansion. You flow with the rhythm instead of resisting it. The masters learned to use these rhythmic periods of contraction as opportunities for internal work. When external activity slowed, they turned inward. They deepened their understanding. They refined their skills. They prepared for the next forward swing. They recognized that winter isn't the death of nature. It's nature gathering energy for spring. This is completely different from how most people operate. Most people push harder during the downturn, trying to force the pendulum back through sheer effort. They burn out. They exhaust themselves. They fight against the natural rhythm of their own life. And ironically, this fighting actually extends the downward swing, because they're not flowing with the rhythm. They're creating resistance against it. But when you understand rhythm, you learn to surf. You learn to feel the wave building. You learn when to paddle hard and when to rest. You learn to use the energy of the rhythm itself to carry you forward, instead of exhausting your own energy trying to fight it. Now here's something crucial that the Hermetic texts emphasize. While you can't stop the pendulum from swinging, you can learn to polarize yourself at the point you desire, and then neutralize the rhythmic swing that would carry you to the opposite pole. This is the secret the masters used. They learned to maintain their consciousness at a high point on the poles we discussed in the last chapter, even while external circumstances swung through their natural rhythms. Let me explain how this works. Remember, everything operates on poles, and rhythm causes movement along those poles. If you're unconsciously identified with your circumstances, you'll swing with them. When circumstances are good, you feel good. When circumstances are challenging, you feel bad. You're being swung by the rhythm like a leaf in the wind. But if you can separate your internal state from external circumstances, if you can anchor your consciousness at a high frequency, regardless of what's happening around you, then the rhythm still swings, but you don't swing with it. The circumstances still ebb and flow, but your inner state remains stable. This is what it means to be in the world, but not of it. This is what it means to have peace that surpasses understanding. This is what the masters demonstrated when they maintained serenity in the midst of chaos, joy in the midst of challenge, faith in the midst of apparent failure. They weren't pretending. They weren't in denial. They had simply learned to polarize their consciousness at a high point and neutralize the swing. Here's how you begin to practice this. First, you need to recognize the rhythms in your own life. Start observing. Notice the patterns. You probably have daily rhythms, times of day when your energy is high, and times when it's low. You have weekly rhythms, days when you're more productive, and days when you need more rest. Monthly rhythms, especially if you're a woman with a menstrual cycle. Seasonal rhythms, annual rhythms, life phase rhythms. These aren't random fluctuations. They're patterns. And once you can see the patterns, you can work with them instead of being surprised by them. You can plan your most important work for your high-energy times. You can schedule rest and renewal for your low-energy times. You can flow with your natural rhythm instead of fighting it. But observation is just the first step. The next step is learning to maintain your emotional and mental frequency regardless of where you are in the rhythm. This is where most people struggle, because we've been conditioned to believe that how we feel should be determined by what's happening to us. Good things happen, we feel good. Bad things happen, we feel bad. That seems logical, natural, unavoidable. But it's not. It's a choice. A conditioned response, yes, but still a choice. And the masters learned to make a different choice. They learned to generate their emotional state from within, rather than allowing it to be determined from without. They understood that the external rhythm would continue, regardless of their internal state. So they might as well choose a high internal state and let the external rhythm do whatever it was going to do. This isn't about toxic positivity or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. It's about recognizing that you have two things happening simultaneously: the external rhythm of circumstances and the internal choice of consciousness. The external rhythm is largely beyond your control in the moment. It's governed by universal law, but your internal state is completely within your control once you understand that it's not dependent on external circumstances. Let me share a story that illustrates this perfectly. There was a farmer in ancient China who had one horse. One day the horse ran away. His neighbors said, "What terrible luck." The farmer said, "Maybe." A few days later the horse returned with 3 wild horses. The neighbors said, "What wonderful luck." The farmer said, "Maybe." The next day, his son tried to ride one of the wild horses, was thrown, and broke his leg. The neighbors said, "What terrible luck." The farmer said, "Maybe." The following week, military officers came to draft young men into the army, but they rejected the farmer's son because of his broken leg. The neighbors said, "What wonderful luck." And the farmer said, "Maybe." Do you see what the farmer understood? He saw the rhythm. He recognized that every forward swing would be followed by a backward swing, and every apparent loss would lead to an unexpected gain. He didn't get caught up in judging circumstances as good or bad because he understood they were all part of a larger rhythm that would ultimately balance itself out. This is the wisdom of flow. This is the consciousness that allows you to navigate life's tides without being drowned by them. You recognize that this too shall pass. Whether this is wonderful or terrible, you know that the pendulum is always swinging, and wherever it is now, it will soon be somewhere else. But here's where it gets really powerful. Once you understand rhythm, you can begin to use it intentionally. You can plant seeds during the inward swing, knowing they'll sprout during the outward swing. You can prepare during quiet times for busy times. You can rest during contractions so you have energy for expansions. You become strategic about rhythm instead of being victimized by it. The masters also understood something about collective rhythms. Societies have rhythms. Economies have rhythms. There are periods of expansion and periods of contraction. There are times when things flow easily and times when everything feels difficult. And while you're part of the collective, subject to these larger rhythms, you don't have to be controlled by them. When everyone around you is panicking because we're in a downward economic swing, you can remain centered, knowing this is temporary, that it will swing back. When everyone is euphoric because we're in an upward swing, you can enjoy it without becoming attached, knowing that rhythms always compensate. This doesn't make you cynical or pessimistic. It makes you wise. It makes you stable in a world of constant change. There's a beautiful principle in nature called entrainment. When 2 rhythmic systems come into contact with each other, the stronger rhythm will influence the weaker rhythm until they synchronize. If you put 2 pendulum clocks on the same wall, eventually they'll sync up. If you put a weak heartbeat next to a strong heartbeat, the weak one will begin to match the strong one. This happens with consciousness, too. If your internal rhythm is weak, unsettled, constantly shifting with circumstances, you'll be entrained by the stronger rhythms around you. You'll be swept along by collective fear or collective euphoria. You'll swing with every change in your environment. But if your internal rhythm is strong, stable, rooted in unchanging principles, you become the entraining force. You influence the rhythms around you instead of being influenced by them. Your calm affects others' anxiety. Your faith affects others' doubt. Your stability affects others' chaos. You become a stabilizing presence in a world of constant flux. This is true power, not the power to control external circumstances, which is impossible because they're subject to universal rhythms, but the power to maintain your center regardless of external circumstances. the power to flow with rhythm instead of fighting it, the power to surf the waves instead of being tumbled by them. The ancient texts speak of rising above the rhythm, but they don't mean escaping it or transcending it in the sense of no longer being subject to it. They mean understanding it so completely that you can work with it consciously. They mean developing such a strong center that while circumstances swing around you, you remain stable within. Think of a hurricane. At the edges there's chaos, destruction, violent winds. But at the center, there's the eye of the storm, perfectly calm, perfectly still. The storm rages around it, but the eye remains peaceful. This is what the masters cultivated, the ability to be the eye of their own storm, the center of their own rhythm. You develop this through practice, through observing rhythm without judging it, through recognizing patterns without being controlled by them, through choosing your internal state regardless of external circumstances, through trusting the process even when you're in what appears to be a downturn. And here's something beautiful. The more you work with rhythm consciously, the more you begin to notice that the downward swings become less extreme. Not because the rhythm stops, but because you stop resisting it. When you flow with the rhythm instead of fighting it, when you use the contractions for rest and preparation instead of panic and desperation, the whole cycle becomes smoother. It's like learning to drive a car with a manual transmission. At first, every shift is jerky, uncomfortable, but with practice, the transitions become smooth. You're still shifting gears, the rhythm is still there, but it's no longer jarring. You've learned to work with the mechanism instead of fighting it. Life is the same way. The rhythms will always be there. The pendulum will always swing. The tides will always ebb and flow. But your experience of those rhythms can transform from violent lurching to graceful dancing, from being thrown around to flowing beautifully, from victim to surfer. The masters also taught something profound about the rhythm of manifestation. When you set an intention, when you plant a seed in the quantum field, there's a rhythm to how it manifests. There's a period of invisible growth, like a seed germinating underground. During this time, it looks like nothing is happening. Many people give up here, thinking their intention didn't work. But if you understand rhythm, you know that invisible growth is still growth. You know that the seed is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. You trust the rhythm. You continue to water the seed with your attention and emotion. You don't dig it up to check if it's growing. You allow the natural rhythm of manifestation to unfold. Then comes the breakthrough moment, when the sprout emerges from the soil. Suddenly, everything seems to happen at once. Opportunities appear, resources flow in, synchronicities multiply. This is the outward swing of the manifestation rhythm. And if you understand rhythm, you enjoy it without clinging to it, knowing that there will be another period of invisible growth before the next visible harvest. This is how conscious creators work with rhythm. They plant during the inward times. They harvest during the outward times. They rest during contractions. They expand during expansions. They flow with the natural cycles instead of trying to force constant forward momentum, which is exhausting and ultimately impossible. Nature understands this perfectly. Trees don't try to grow all year round. They have seasons of growth and seasons of dormancy. During dormancy, they're not dead, they're not failing, they're gathering energy for the next growth cycle. Animals hibernate, fields lie fallow. Even the earth itself has ice ages and warm periods, all part of a vast rhythm of planetary breathing. But humans, in our modern world, have tried to override natural rhythms. We work against our circadian rhythms with artificial light. We push for constant growth in our businesses and economies without allowing for natural contractions. We judge ourselves for needing rest or for going through quiet periods. We've forgotten how to honor rhythm. The consequence is exhaustion, burnout, depression, anxiety. We're trying to be in constant summer, constant expansion, constant forward momentum, and it's killing us because we're working against one of the fundamental principles of how the universe operates. The path back to balance is through relearning what the masters never forgot. Honor the rhythm. Recognize that contraction isn't failure. It's preparation for expansion. Understand that quiet times aren't wasted times. They're necessary times. Accept that you can't be at peak energy, peak productivity, peak manifestation all the time, and that trying to maintain that is what actually prevents you from reaching true peaks. When you honor rhythm, when you flow with it, instead of fighting it, something magical happens. You begin to experience life as a dance instead of a battle. You begin to feel supported by the universe instead of opposed by it. You begin to trust the process instead of constantly anxious about the outcome. And paradoxically, when you stop trying to force constant forward momentum, you actually achieve more, because you're working with the energy of the universe instead of against it. You're surfing the wave instead of swimming against the tide. You're dancing with rhythm instead of wrestling with it. The masters demonstrated this in their lives. They had periods of intense activity and periods of retreat, times of teaching and times of silence, seasons of manifestation and seasons of incubation. And because they honored these rhythms, because they used each phase for its intended purpose, they accomplished extraordinary things without burning out. You can do the same. Starting right now, you can begin to observe the rhythms in your life. You can notice your high-energy times and your low-energy times, your outward phases and your inward phases, your expansion periods and your integration periods. And instead of judging any of them as good or bad, right or wrong, you can simply recognize them as part of your natural rhythm. Then you can begin to work with those rhythms. Schedule your most important work during your high-energy times. Use your low-energy times for rest, reflection, and preparation. Plant seeds during inward phases. Harvest results during outward phases. Stop forcing. Start flowing. And most importantly, you can practice maintaining your internal state, regardless of which phase of the rhythm you're in. You can choose peace during contractions. You can choose gratitude during expansions. You can choose trust during the invisible growth periods. You can choose celebration during the visible harvest periods. This is mastery. This is freedom. This is the wisdom of rhythm, not escaping it, not transcending it, but understanding it so completely that you can dance with it beautifully, not being thrown around by the tides, but learning to surf them skillfully, not being victimized by the pendulum, but learning to be the stable point around which it swings. The universe breathes. Everything in it breathes with it. You are part of this cosmic respiration, this universal rhythm. You always have been. You always will be. The only question is whether you'll fight it or flow with it, whether you'll resist it or ride it, whether you'll be victim or surfer. The masters made their choice long ago. They chose to flow. They chose to honor rhythm. They chose to become so stable in their center that no external swing could disturb their internal peace. And in doing so, they didn't remove themselves from life. They engaged with it more fully, more joyfully, more effectively than those who are constantly fighting the tides. This is your invitation to stop fighting, to start flowing, to recognize the rhythms, to honor the cycles, to maintain your center while the world swings around you, to become the eye of your own storm, the depths beneath your own waves, the stable point in your own rhythm. The pendulum will swing, the tides will ebb and flow, the seasons will change. This is inevitable. This is universal. This is the rhythm that governs all of existence. But you don't have to swing with it unless you choose to. You can anchor in the unchanging while everything around you changes. You can be the constant in a world of variables. This is the third secret revealed. This is the principle of a rhythm. This is how the masters navigated the tides of life. And now, this wisdom is yours. Use it, honor it, flow with it, and discover that life becomes infinitely easier, infinitely more enjoyable, infinitely more magical when you stop fighting the rhythm and start dancing with it instead. The music plays on, eternal and beautiful. The question is no longer whether there's rhythm. The question is, will you learn the steps? Will you hear the music? Will you join the dance? The masters await you on the dance floor, not to judge your skill, but to welcome you to the eternal rhythm that pulses through all things. The rhythm that you are. The rhythm that flows through you. The rhythm that, when honored, becomes the most beautiful dance of all. Chapter 5. The Law of Cause and Effect. You are the creator, not the creature. Nothing happens by accident. Not the car that cut you off this morning. Not the phone call that came at exactly the right moment. Not the job opportunity that appeared out of nowhere. Not the illness that seemed to strike randomly. Not the relationship that ended unexpectedly. Nothing. Every single effect in your life has a cause. And when you trace that cause back far enough, you'll find yourself at the beginning of the chain. This is the principle that changes everything. This is the secret that removes all excuses, all blame, all victim mentality. This is also the principle that hands you absolute power over your life. The ancient Hermetic masters stated it clearly. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. Read that last part again. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. What appears to be random coincidence, luck, accident, or fate is actually the working out of causes you set in motion, often unconsciously, often in the past, often on levels you weren't aware existed. But once you understand causation, once you learn to trace effects back to their causes, once you realize that you are always at the beginning of every chain of events in your life, everything shifts. Most people live as effects. Things happen to them. Life throws curveballs. They're victims of circumstances beyond their control. They use phrases like, "I had no choice," or "it just happened," or "that's just my luck," or "life isn't fair." And in their consciousness, they're right. They are experiencing themselves as effects, as creatures being pushed around by forces outside themselves. But the masters lived as causes. They understood that everything in their experience was an effect of something they had set in motion, consciously or unconsciously. They took complete responsibility for every circumstance, every relationship, every outcome, not in a guilt-ridden, self-blaming way, but in an empowered, "I created this, therefore I can create something different" way. This is the distinction that separates the powerless from the powerful. The powerless say, "This happened to me." The powerful say, "I created this." The powerless ask, Why is this happening to me? The powerful ask, how did I create this and what can I learn from it? The powerless feel victimized by effects. The powerful trace effects back to causes and change the causes to change the effects. Let me be brutally honest with you because this is where most people resist. You created the circumstances you're living in right now. Not consciously, perhaps. Not deliberately, maybe. But you created them through your habitual thoughts, your dominant emotions, your deeply held beliefs, your repeated actions, your unconscious patterns. Every condition in your life right now is the effect of causes you set in motion. Your bank account is an effect. The cause is your consciousness around money, your beliefs about wealth, your actions regarding finances, your thoughts about abundance and scarcity. Your relationships are effects. The causes are your self-worth, your communication patterns, your emotional availability, your expectations, your wounds, and how you've dealt with them. Your health is an effect. The causes are your stress levels, your thoughts about your body, your beliefs about illness and wellness, your habits, your emotional state. I know this is hard to hear. Every fiber of your conditioned being wants to protest. What about genetics? What about circumstances beyond my control? What about what other people did to me? What about systemic injustice? What about plain bad luck? Here's what the masters understood. Yes, there are larger forces at play. Yes, you're born into certain circumstances. Yes, other people have free will, and their choices affect you. But even within all of that, even accounting for all the external factors, you are still the primary creative force in your own life. How? Through your response, through your interpretation, through the meaning you assign, through the beliefs you form, through the actions you take or don't take. Two people can experience the same traumatic event. One becomes bitter, closed, perpetually victimized by what happened. The other uses it as fuel for growth, transformation, and helping others. Same cause, different effects. Why? Because the second person understood, consciously or unconsciously, that they were still the creator of their experience. They couldn't control what happened to them, but they could control what they made it mean and how they responded to it. This is causation at the level of consciousness. You are always at cause in your inner world, even when you feel it affect in your outer world. And since the outer world is a reflection of the inner world, as we've established, mastering causation in your consciousness eventually manifests as mastery in your circumstances. Let me share something that completely transformed my understanding of this principle. I used to think I was at the mercy of my emotions. Someone would say something and I'd get angry. Something would go wrong and I'd get anxious. Something would succeed and I'd be happy. I thought my emotions were caused by external events. Stimulus in, emotional response out. Simple cause and effect. Right? Wrong. My emotions weren't caused by external events. They were caused by my interpretation of external events, by the beliefs I held about what those events meant, by the stories I told myself about what was happening. The external event was just a trigger. The real cause was internal, in my consciousness, in my meaning-making mechanism. Once I saw this, everything changed. Because if my emotions weren't caused by external circumstances, but by my internal interpretation of circumstances, then I could change my emotions by changing my interpretation. I wasn't at the effect of the world. I was at cause, always had been. I just didn't know it. This is the shift from creature to creator. Creatures react, creators respond. Creatures are triggered, creators choose. Creatures blame external causes. Creators recognize internal causes. Creatures say, you made me feel this way. Creators say, I chose to feel this way based on my interpretation of what you did. Now some people hear this and think it means nothing external matters, that you should just change your thoughts and ignore reality. That's not what this principle teaches. External circumstances do exist. Other people do have an impact. Systems and structures do create real constraints. But even within all of that, you are still choosing how to respond, what to believe, where to place your attention, what meaning to assign, what actions to take. And here's the profound part. When you change your internal causation, when you shift your consciousness, your beliefs, your emotional state, your thought patterns, the external circumstances begin to shift too. Not always instantly, not always in obvious ways, but inevitably. Because external effects follow internal causes. Reality reflects consciousness. The outer mirrors the inner. The masters understood that there are multiple planes of causation. Physical causes create physical effects. If you hit a billiard ball, it moves. Clear, direct, physical causation. But above physical causation is emotional causation. Your emotional state affects your physical body, your energy levels, your health, your actions. Above emotional causation is mental causation. Your thoughts affect your emotions, which affect your body, which affect your actions, which create results. And above mental causation is spiritual causation, the level of consciousness itself, your fundamental beliefs about who you are and how reality works. This is the deepest level of causation, and it influences everything below it. Change something at this level, and everything else shifts automatically. Most people only understand physical causation. They think they need to physically manipulate circumstances to get different results. So they work harder, push more, force outcomes. And sometimes this works, but it's exhausting because they're working at the lowest level of causation, the level of effects, trying to change effects. The masters learned to work at the higher levels of causation. They changed their consciousness, which automatically changed their thoughts, which shifted their emotions, which transformed their energy, which altered their actions, which produced different results. They were causing from the top down, from the source, from the level of primary causation. This is what it means to work smarter instead of harder. This is what it means to create from consciousness instead of forcing from circumstances. This is what Jesus meant when he said the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom, the realm of creative causation, exists in consciousness. Change it there, and the external kingdom shifts to match. But here's where most people get stuck. They try to change their consciousness while still identifying as effects. They affirm abundance while believing they're victims of economic circumstances. They visualize health while believing their genetics doom them. They imagine success while believing the world is against them. This doesn't work because they're trying to be cause at the mental level while still being effect at the level of identity. The shift has to happen at the deepest level first. You have to recognize, not just intellectually, but in every cell of your being, that you are creator, not creature, that you are cause, not effect, that you are the beginning point of everything in your experience. This is your identity. This is your true nature. This is what you are, regardless of what appears to be happening to you. Once this shift happens in your core identity, everything else becomes easier. You stop looking for external sources to blame or save you. You stop waiting for circumstances to change before you can feel differently. You stop reacting and start creating. You become responsible, able to respond, able to choose your response regardless of the stimulus. The ancient texts speak of rising to the plane of causation, What they mean is elevating your consciousness to the level where you recognize yourself as cause, rather than identifying with the level where you experience yourself as effect. Most people are so identified with effects, with their circumstances, with what's happening to them, that they forget they're the ones generating the experience through their consciousness. It's like being so absorbed in a movie that you forget you're watching a screen. You're crying at the sad parts, laughing at the funny parts, getting angry at the villain. You're completely identified with the effects on screen. But if you step back, if you remember you're watching a movie, if you recognize yourself as the observer rather than a character in the drama, suddenly you have power. You can turn it off. You can choose a different movie. You can recognize it's not happening to you. You're just observing it. Life is the same way. When you're completely identified with your circumstances, you experience yourself as effect. But when you step back into observer consciousness, when you recognize yourself as the awareness witnessing experience, rather than being the experience, you rise to the plane of causation. You remember you're creating this, not being created by it. This doesn't mean life becomes easy or that challenges disappear. It means your relationship to challenges transforms completely. Instead of being victimized by problems, you start asking, what is this teaching me? How did I attract this? What belief or pattern created this effect? What needs to shift in my consciousness for a different effect to manifest? These are questions of power. These are questions of causation. These are the questions masters ask, and the answers always lead back to themselves, to their own consciousness, to the causes they've been setting in motion consciously or unconsciously. Let me give you a concrete example. Say you keep attracting relationships where you feel unappreciated. Most people would say they're unlucky in love, or that all the good people are taken, or that they just keep meeting the wrong type. These are all effect-based explanations. They position you as victim, as creature, as being at the mercy of external circumstances. But if you understand causation, you ask different questions. What belief do I hold that creates this pattern? Maybe you discover you don't believe you're worthy of appreciation, so you unconsciously choose partners who confirm that belief. Or maybe you realize you learned early in life that you had to earn love through serving others, so you attract people who take without giving. Or perhaps you find that you're not appreciating yourself, so the universe is mirroring that back through your relationships. Once you find the cause at the level of consciousness, once you identify the belief or pattern creating the effect, you can change it. And when you change the cause, the effects must change. Not because you forced them to, but because effects always follow causes. This is law. This is how reality operates. The masters became so skilled at tracing effects back to causes that they could see the causal chains operating in everything. They could look at a circumstance and instantly recognize the consciousness that created it. They could observe a pattern and identify the belief beneath it. They developed what some traditions call spiritual discernment, the ability to see through the illusion of effects to the reality of causes. And here's something crucial. The masters also understood that you're not just creating through your conscious thoughts and intentions. You're creating through your unconscious beliefs, your subconscious programming, your inherited patterns, your collective conditioning. These are all causes, operating beneath your awareness, generating effects in your life. This is why positive thinking alone doesn't work for most people. They're trying to create new causes through conscious thought, while ignoring the much more powerful causes operating in their unconscious. It's like trying to steer a boat with a tiny rudder, while massive currents underneath are pushing you in a different direction. The conscious rudder might have some effect, but the unconscious currents determine your actual direction. So true mastery of causation requires diving into the unconscious. It requires bringing awareness to the hidden beliefs, the shadow patterns, the unexamined assumptions that are creating effects in your life. This is inner work. This is shadow work. This is the work of becoming conscious of what's been unconscious, bringing light to what's been hidden in darkness. Every spiritual tradition has methods for this: meditation, contemplation, self-inquiry, therapy, journaling, dream work. The methods vary, but the purpose is the same: to become aware of the causes you've been setting in motion unconsciously, so you can choose different causes consciously. And here's the beautiful thing: once a cause becomes conscious, it automatically begins to lose its power. Just by bringing awareness to an unconscious belief, you've already started to change it. Just by recognizing a hidden pattern, you've created space to choose differently. Consciousness itself is transformative. Awareness itself is alchemical. This is why the ancient mystery schools emphasized self-knowledge above all else. Know thyself wasn't philosophical advice. It was practical instruction for mastering causation. The more you know yourself, the more you understand what causes you're setting in motion. The more you understand your causes, the more you can consciously direct them. The more you direct them, the more you control your effects. But knowing yourself isn't enough. You also have to take responsibility, complete, total, absolute responsibility for everything in your experience. Not blame, not guilt, not shame. Responsibility, the ability to respond, the recognition that you are cause. Therefore, you have power. This is where most people resist, because taking full responsibility means you can't blame anyone or anything for your life. You can't make your parents responsible for your issues. You can't make your ex responsible for your pain. You can't make your boss responsible for your frustration. You can't make the economy responsible for your finances. You can't make your genetics responsible for your health. You are responsible, not because it's your fault, but because you are responsible. You have the ability to respond, to choose, to interpret, to assign meaning, to take action, to shift consciousness. And your responses, your choices, your interpretations, your meanings, your actions, your consciousness, these are all causes that create your experience as effects. The masters embraced this responsibility joyfully because they recognized it as power. When you're responsible, you're in control. When you're not responsible, you're at the mercy of forces outside yourself. Most people avoid responsibility because they think it means more burden, more weight, more pressure. But it actually means more freedom, more power, more possibility. Think about it this way: if your unhappiness is caused by external circumstances beyond your control, you're stuck. You have to wait for those circumstances to change, and you have no power over when or if that will happen. But if your unhappiness is caused by your interpretation of circumstances, by your beliefs, by your focus, by your consciousness, then you have complete power to change it right now. This is the paradox of responsibility. Taking it feels harder in the moment, but gives you power. Avoiding it feels easier in the moment, but keeps you powerless. The masters chose power, even though it meant facing uncomfortable truths about themselves and their role in creating their experience. Now let's talk about something really important. Your past does not cause your present unless you allow it to. This seems to contradict everything about causation, but it's actually the ultimate understanding of it. Yes, past events happened. Yes, they had effects, but those effects only continue into your present moment if you continue to give them life through your current consciousness. Every moment is a new beginning. Every moment is a fresh opportunity to set new causes in motion. The only thing keeping your past alive in your present is your current thoughts about your past. If you changed those thoughts right now, the causal power of your past would dissolve instantly. This is what forgiveness really is. Not condoning what happened, not pretending it didn't hurt, but releasing its causal power in your present moment. When you forgive, you're not changing the past. You're changing the present cause that's keeping the past alive. You're severing the causal chain that links past events to present experience. The masters understood this deeply. They knew that every moment is causally independent. The past only influences the present through the bridge of consciousness, through the thoughts you think about what happened. Change the thoughts, and you change the causation. The past event remains the same, but it no longer causes effects in your present, because you've withdrawn your consciousness from that causal chain. This is tremendously liberating. It means you're never trapped by your past. You're never doomed by your history. You're never limited by what happened to you, because what happened is just what happened. The effects you're experiencing now are caused by your current consciousness about what happened, and that you can change in an instant. But here's what's even more powerful. You can set causes in motion right now that will create effects in your future. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every action you take, every belief you hold is a cause rippling out into the future, creating effects that will manifest in time. You are literally creating your future right now through the causes you're setting in motion this very moment. The masters became incredibly intentional about this. They didn't think random thoughts, or feel random emotions, or take random actions. They carefully, consciously, deliberately set causes in motion that would create the effects they desired. They planted seeds knowing they would harvest the fruits. They were patient with the time lag between cause and effect, trusting that law would work, that effects would inevitably follow causes. This is the essence of manifestation. Not wishing or hoping or begging the universe, not trying to manipulate circumstances, but consciously setting causes in motion at the level of consciousness, and then allowing the effects to manifest according to law. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you are, what you believe, what you consistently think and feel and embody. These are your causes, and your life circumstances are the inevitable effects. So if you want to change your life, stop trying to change effects. Stop trying to manipulate circumstances. Stop trying to control outcomes. Instead, change the causes. Change your consciousness. Change your beliefs. Change your dominant thoughts and emotions. Change your habitual patterns. Change who you're being at the deepest level. When you change the cause, the effects must change. This is law. This is how the universe operates. There's no exception. There's no maybe. Cause creates effect. Always, consistently, reliably. This is the most dependable principle in all of existence. And here's the final piece. The most advanced understanding of causation. You are not just creating through individual causation. You're connected to universal causation, to the primary cause, to source consciousness itself. The masters learned to align their individual causation with universal causation, to become channels for cosmic creativity, to allow the infinite intelligence of the universe to flow through them and act as them. This is what it means to surrender. Not giving up your power, but aligning your individual will with universal will. Not becoming passive, but becoming receptive. Not stopping your creating, but allowing your creating to be guided by infinite wisdom rather than limited ego. When you align your causation with source causation, when you allow universal intelligence to work through you, miracles become normal. Things happen that couldn't happen through your individual effort alone. Synchronicities multiply. Doors open that were previously locked. Resources appear that weren't there before. Because you're no longer just using your limited power. You're tapping into unlimited power. But this requires trust. It requires releasing control. It requires faith. That the universe knows what it's doing. That there's an intelligence orchestrating everything that's far beyond your limited understanding. This is the ultimate mastery of causation, recognizing that while you are cause, you're also part of a much larger causation, and when you align with it, your creative power exponentially multiplies. The ancient masters weren't trying to create alone. They were trying to become clear channels for universal creation to flow through. They were removing the blocks in their consciousness that prevented infinite intelligence from expressing through them. They were surrendering their limited ego-based causation to participate in cosmic causation. This is your invitation. To stop living as effect. To stop being creature. To recognize yourself as creator, as cause, as the beginning point of everything in your experience, to take complete responsibility not as burden, but as power, to trace every effect back to its cause in your consciousness, to consciously set causes in motion that will create the future you desire, and ultimately, to align your causation with universal causation, becoming a channel for infinite creative intelligence. Nothing happens by chance. Everything happens by law. You are not victim to circumstances. You are creator of circumstances through your consciousness. This is the fourth secret revealed. This is the principle of causation. This is the difference between powerlessness and power, between creature and creator, between living at effect and living at cause. The choice is yours. It always has been. Every moment is a new opportunity to choose differently, to set new causes in motion, to step into your power as creator. The masters made this choice consciously. They chose to be cause, to take responsibility, to create deliberately. And in doing so, they demonstrated what's possible when a human being fully embraces their creative nature. You have the same nature, the same power, the same creative capacity. The only difference is awareness. They remembered. You're remembering. They chose. You're choosing. They created. You're creating. The question is no longer whether you're cause or effect. You are cause. Always have been. Always will be. The question is whether you'll use that power consciously or unconsciously, deliberately or by default, in alignment with your highest vision or in reaction to conditioned patterns. Choose. Set your causes in motion. Watch the effects unfold and remember, you are the creator, not the creature. You are cause, not effect. You are the beginning, not the end. This is your power. This is your truth. This is who you really are. Chapter 6. The Gender in Everything. The Sacred Union of the Masculine and Feminine Within. There's a reason why every ancient creation myth speaks of two forces coming together to create. The cosmic egg, splitting into yin and yang. The divine masculine and feminine dancing together to birth the universe. Shiva and Shakti, heaven and earth, sun and moon. It's not poetic metaphor. It's a recognition of one of the most fundamental principles governing all of creation. Nothing manifests without the union of two complementary forces. The Hermetic masters called this the principle of gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. Now, before your mind goes to biological sex or social roles, Understand that this principle has nothing to do with physical bodies or cultural constructs. This is about two universal creative forces that exist in everything, in every atom, in every thought, in every manifestation, in every aspect of reality. The masculine principle is the force that initiates, penetrates, directs, focuses, decides, acts. It's the seed, the spark, the intentional thrust of creative energy toward a specific goal. The feminine principle is the force that receives, gestates, nurtures, grows, transforms, births. It's the womb, the fertile soil, the creative matrix that takes the seed and develops it into form. Neither is superior. Neither is complete without the other. Neither can create alone. The masculine without the feminine is sterile potential, a seed falling on concrete. The feminine without the masculine is barren receptivity, a womb without conception. Creation requires both. Manifestation requires their sacred union. This is law. This is how the universe operates on every single plane of existence. And here's what most people have never been taught. You contain both principles within you, regardless of your physical body. You have an inner masculine and an inner feminine, and your ability to manifest, to create, to bring desires from invisible to visible depends entirely on how well these two forces work together within your consciousness. Let me explain how this plays out practically. When you set an intention, when you decide what you want to create, when you focus your will on a specific outcome, you're activating your masculine principle. This is the seed moment, the initiation, the declaration of creative intent. Your masculine energy says, "This is what I want. This is where I'm directing my focus. This is what I choose to create." But if that's all you do, nothing happens. The seed needs soil. The intention needs a receptive matrix to grow in. This is where your feminine principle comes in. Your feminine energy says, "I receive this intention. I hold space for it to develop. I nurture it with my attention and emotion. I allow it to grow in its own time, in its own way. I trust the process of gestation, even when I can't see what's happening beneath the surface." Most people are out of balance with these principles, and that's why their manifestations struggle or fail. Some people are all masculine all the time. They're constantly setting intentions, making plans, taking action, forcing outcomes. They're planting seed after seed, but never allowing any of them to germinate, because they're always digging them up to check on them, always moving to the next thing, always pushing, forcing, striving. They don't know how to be receptive, how to allow, how to trust the feminine process of gestation. Others are all feminine all the time. They're wonderful at receiving, at being open, at nurturing, at allowing. But they never plant a seed. They never set clear intentions. They never make decisive choices. They never focus their will. They're like fertile soil waiting for a seed that never comes because they haven't activated their masculine principle to plant it. The masters understood that creation requires both. You must be masculine enough to plant the seed with clarity, focus, and intention, and you must be feminine enough to hold space for it to grow with receptivity, trust, and allowance. You must know when to act and when to allow, when to push and when to surrender, when to direct and when to receive. I learned this lesson through years of frustration. I was heavily identified with masculine energy. I was always doing, always pushing, always trying to make things happen through sheer force of will. And I had some success with this approach, but it was exhausting. I was burning out, constantly striving, never feeling like I could rest because resting felt like giving up. Then I discovered what I was missing: the feminine, the allowing, the receiving, the trust that once I planted the seed with clear intention, I could step back and let the universe do its work. I learned that there's a time for masculine action and a time for feminine receptivity. That creation is a dance between doing and being, between effort and ease, between control and surrender. When I began to honor both principles within myself, everything changed. My manifestations became easier, faster, more aligned. Not because I was working harder, but because I was working with the natural creative process instead of against it. I was planting seeds with masculine clarity and nurturing them with feminine patience. I was initiating with decisive action and then allowing the universe to orchestrate the details. Think about how a child is conceived and born. There's a masculine moment, the penetration of sperm into egg, a focused, directed, intentional act. But then there's a long feminine process, 9 months of gestation, of allowing, of the body doing its miraculous work without conscious control. The mother doesn't force the baby to grow. She doesn't push the process. She holds space, nourishes, trusts. And when the time is right, the birth happens naturally. Your manifestations work the same way. There's a masculine moment when you plant the seed of desire, when you set your intention, when you focus your will. This is important. This is necessary. Without this, nothing begins. But then there must be a feminine period of gestation, a time when you hold the intention lightly, when you nurture it with positive emotion and expectation, when you allow the universe to work behind the scenes, when you trust the timing, even though you can't see what's developing. Most people make one of two mistakes. Either they never truly plant the seed because they're unclear about what they want, they're wishy-washy in their intentions, they don't commit their masculine energy decisively, or they plant the seed and then immediately start digging it up to check on it, trying to force it to grow faster, refusing to allow the feminine process of gestation to unfold naturally. Both mistakes prevent manifestation. The first, because there's no seed to grow. The second, because you're disrupting the growth process with your interference. Creation requires both the masculine thrust and the feminine receptivity, both the doing and the allowing, both the planting and the patient nurturing. The ancient alchemists understood this principle deeply. Their work wasn't really about turning lead into gold. It was about balancing the masculine and feminine forces within consciousness. They spoke of the union of sun and moon, king and queen, sulfur and mercury. These were all symbols for the inner marriage of masculine and feminine principles, the alchemical wedding that produces the philosopher's stone, the perfected consciousness that can manifest at will. And here's something profound. The masculine and feminine principles operate on every plane of existence. On the physical plane, you have biological male and female. On the mental plane, you have active thought and receptive contemplation. On the emotional plane, you have assertive expression and receptive empathy. On the spiritual plane, you have focused intention and surrendered faith. To be a master creator, you need to develop both principles on all planes. You need a mind that can both direct thought with laser focus and remain open to intuitive insight. You need an emotional body that can both express powerfully and receive sensitively. You need a spiritual consciousness that can both set clear intentions and surrender to divine timing. This is the inner work of balancing gender principles, not repressing one to favor the other, but developing both so they work together harmoniously. This is the sacred marriage within, the union that makes you whole, complete, capable of creating anything you desire. Now let's look at how this shows up in your daily life. When you're trying to solve a problem, you need both masculine and feminine approaches. The masculine analyzes, breaks down, focuses on solutions, takes decisive action. The feminine synthesizes, sees connections, remains open to unexpected solutions, allows insights to emerge. If you only use masculine energy, you force solutions that might not be optimal. If you only use feminine energy, you wait forever for solutions to appear without taking action. The balanced approach is to set your intention with masculine clarity, then remain receptive to feminine intuition, taking inspired action when it feels right, allowing space when it doesn't. This dance between the two principles is what produces elegant solutions that work. In relationships, the principle of gender is crucial. Every relationship requires both giving and receiving, both expressing and listening, both leading and following, both initiating and responding. When one person is locked into masculine mode and the other into feminine mode, the relationship becomes rigid. But when both people can flow between the principles as needed, when they can dance with the energy, the relationship becomes alive, dynamic, fulfilling. And this applies whether you're in a romantic relationship or not. Your relationship with yourself requires balancing masculine and feminine. Your relationship with your work requires both. Your relationship with money, with health, with creativity, with spirituality, all of it requires the conscious use of both principles. Most modern culture is out of balance. Western civilization in particular has overemphasized masculine values, doing over being, achieving over allowing, thinking over feeling, controlling over trusting. We glorify productivity, action, logic, independence. We undervalue rest, receptivity, intuition, interconnection. The result is a culture of burnout, anxiety, disconnection, and difficulty manifesting, because we've forgotten half of the creative equation. The masters lived in balance. They could be fiercely masculine when the situation called for it, decisive, focused, action-oriented, and they could be deeply feminine when that was needed, receptive, intuitive, allowing. They flowed between the principles naturally, because they understood both were necessary, both were valuable, both were aspects of their wholeness. This is your work, to reclaim whichever principle you've been suppressing. If you're overly masculine, learn to soften, to receive, to trust, to allow. If you're overly feminine, learn to focus, to decide, to act, to direct your energy with intention. Both have been conditioned out of you to some degree. Both need to be reintegrated. And here's something beautiful. When you balance these principles within yourself, you become magnetic. The masculine attracts the feminine attracts the masculine. When you embody both in healthy balance, you become whole, complete, and you naturally attract whatever you need because you're no longer deficient in either energy. This is what it means to become self-sourced. You don't need someone else to complete you, because you contain both principles. You can plant your own seeds and nurture them to fruition. You can initiate and then allow. You can be active and receptive. You can give and receive. You become the sacred union within yourself, and from that wholeness, you create powerfully. Let's talk specifically about how this applies to manifestation. When you want to manifest something, you begin with masculine energy. You get clear. You decide. You focus. You declare your intention. You visualize the outcome. You feel the emotion of having it. This is the planting of the seed. This is impregnating the quantum field with your desire. This is masculine, active, directed energy. But then, and this is where most people fail, you must shift into feminine energy. You must let go. You must trust. You must allow the universe to orchestrate the how and the when. You must stop trying to control every detail. You must remain open to the manifestation coming in unexpected ways. You must be patient with the gestation period. This is feminine, receptive, allowing energy. The masculine says, "This is what I want." The feminine says, "I trust it's coming." The masculine plants the seed. The feminine nurtures it without interference. The masculine initiates. The feminine receives. Together, they create. Separately, they remain potential without actualization. Many people sabotage their manifestations by staying too long in masculine energy. They set their intention and then try to force it into being through constant action, control, and manipulation. They're like someone who plants a seed and then pulls it up every day to see if it's growing. The seed never has a chance to develop because it's constantly being disturbed. Others sabotage by staying too long in feminine energy. They set an intention but never take any inspired action. They wait for the universe to deliver without ever opening the door to receive. They nurture the seed, but forget that nurturing sometimes includes watering, weeding, providing the right conditions. Pure passivity isn't feminine power. Feminine power is active receptivity, conscious allowing, intentional nurturing. The key is to dance between the two. Plant the seed with masculine intention. Nurture it with feminine trust. Take inspired action when you feel called. Rest when you don't. Push when the door is opening. Surrender when you're forcing. Direct when clarity is present. Allow when uncertainty arises. This dynamic flow between masculine and feminine is what creates manifestation magic. The ancient texts speak of this as the marriage of heaven and earth. Heaven is masculine, the realm of pure potential, spirit, intention. Earth is feminine, the realm of form, matter, manifestation. When heaven and earth unite, when spirit marries matter, when intention meets receptivity, creation happens. You are the meeting place of heaven and earth. Within you, the masculine principle of pure consciousness meets the feminine principle of creative form. When you consciously unite them, you become a creator. Now here's something subtle but important. The masculine and feminine principles reverse on different planes. On the physical plane, men tend to carry more masculine energy and women more feminine. But on the mental plane, an idea is masculine and the mind that receives it is feminine. On the spiritual plane, the soul is feminine, receiving from the masculine spirit. The principles aren't fixed to one gender or one role. They're dynamic, flowing, contextual. This is why trying to lock yourself into one energy doesn't work. You need to be fluid. Sometimes you need to be the seed. Sometimes you need to be the soil. Sometimes you need to be the sun. Sometimes you need to be the rain. Creation requires the dance of opposites, and you must be skilled in both. The masters practiced what some traditions call dynamic balance. Not static balance, where you're always 50-50 masculine and feminine, but dynamic balance, where you flow into whichever energy is needed in the moment. When it's time to decide, pure masculine. When it's time to receive, pure feminine. When it's time to act, masculine. When it's time to integrate, feminine. The dance, not the pose. This requires tremendous self-awareness. You have to feel into each moment and sense which energy is being called for. Is this a time to push or to allow? To speak or to listen? To act or to be? To give or to receive? to direct, or to trust? You learn this through practice, through paying attention, through making mistakes and adjusting. And here's the paradox. The more you develop both principles, the more they begin to work together automatically. The masculine and feminine within you start to dance without conscious direction. You spontaneously know when to act and when to wait. You naturally balance doing and being. You effortlessly flow between giving and receiving. The inner marriage becomes so complete that you operate from unified wholeness rather than fragmented parts. This is mastery. This is integration. This is becoming fully human, embodying both principles in their highest expression. And from this place of inner union, your creative power exponentially increases because you're no longer working with half of yourself. You're bringing your full creative capacity to everything you do. Think about the great creators throughout history. They all embodied both principles. Artists have the masculine vision and focus, but also the feminine receptivity to inspiration. Entrepreneurs have masculine decisiveness and action, but also feminine intuition and adaptability. Leaders have masculine direction and authority, but also feminine empathy and collaboration. Scientists have masculine logic and analysis, but also feminine wonder and openness to discovery. The truly powerful people aren't locked into one energy. They're fluid, dancing, whole. They can be assertive and receptive, strong and vulnerable, focused and open, directed and surrendered. They've integrated both principles, and that integration is the source of their power. This is your path forward, not to choose masculine or feminine, but to embody both, not to favor one over the other, but to develop both to their fullest, not to be static in either, but to dance between them fluidly. This is the work of becoming whole. This is the integration that produces manifestation mastery. Start by noticing where you're out of balance. Are you too much in your head and not enough in your heart? Too much doing and not enough being? Too much giving and not enough receiving? Too much controlling and not enough trusting? Whatever you're over-identified with, that's your dominant principle. The one you're avoiding or uncomfortable with, that's the principle you need to develop. Then begin to consciously practice the underdeveloped principle. If you're too masculine, practice receiving without immediately giving back. Practice allowing without controlling. Practice being without doing. Practice trusting without needing to know how. If you're too feminine, practice making clear decisions. Practice taking action even when you're unsure. Practice expressing your needs directly. Practice focusing your will with intention. This will feel uncomfortable at first because you're exercising muscles you haven't been using. But like any muscle, the more you use it, the stronger it gets. And as you develop the weaker principle, you don't lose the stronger one. You add to it. You become more complete. You expand your range of creative expression. And then comes the real magic, learning to flow between them, learning to feel which energy is called for in each moment and stepping into it fully, learning to dance the dance of creation, sometimes leading, sometimes following, always in perfect harmony with the cosmic rhythm of masculine and feminine forces. This is the sacred marriage within. This is the alchemical wedding. This is the union that produces gold from lead, that creates something from nothing, that manifests desires into reality. This is the sixth principle revealed, the principle of gender, the recognition that all creation requires the union of complementary forces, and that you contain both forces within yourself. You are not half. You are whole. You contain the masculine seed and the feminine womb. You have the power to initiate and the wisdom to allow. You can plant and nurture, direct and receive, act and be, give and take, push and surrender. You are the union of opposites, the meeting place of complementary forces, the sacred space where creation happens. The question is no longer whether you have both principles. You do. The question is whether you'll develop both consciously, balance them wisely, and use them deliberately to create the life you desire. The masters made this choice. They embraced their wholeness. They integrated the opposites. They married the masculine and feminine within. And now, it's your turn to reclaim what you've been conditioned to reject, to develop what you've been taught to suppress, to integrate what's been fragmented, to become whole by honoring both aspects of your creative nature, to dance the eternal dance of masculine and feminine, giving and receiving, doing and being, action and surrender. This is your birthright. This is your power. This is the completeness that you are and have always been. The union isn't something to achieve. It's something to remember. You are already the sacred marriage. You are already whole. You just forgot. But now, you're remembering. And with that, remembering, comes the full activation of your creative power, the balanced expression of both principles, the unified wholeness that can manifest anything because it contains everything. Welcome to the dance. Welcome to the union. Welcome to the wholeness that you are. Chapter 7. The Emotional Alchemy. Transforming lead into gold. Your emotions are not random. They're not something that happens to you. They're not reactions beyond your control. Your emotions are the most powerful creative force available to you, the language that the universe understands better than words, the magnetic field that draws experiences into your life with absolute precision. And the ancient masters who spoke of turning lead into gold weren't talking about metal. They were talking about this, the transformation of dense, heavy, low-frequency emotions into light, elevated, high-frequency emotions. This is the real alchemy. This is the gold they sought. This is the secret that changes everything. Most people are slaves to their emotions. They feel what they feel and assume they have no choice. Someone cuts them off in traffic. They feel anger. Someone criticizes them. They feel hurt. Something goes wrong. They feel fear. They're completely reactive, at the mercy of whatever stimulus comes their way, bouncing from one emotional state to another like a pinball. And because they don't understand that emotions are creative forces, they don't realize they're unconsciously creating their reality through these uncontrolled emotional states. Let me tell you something that might sound radical. You don't feel emotions because of what happens to you. You feel emotions because of what you think about what happens to you. The event is neutral. Your interpretation of the event creates the emotion, and since you control your interpretation, you control your emotions. This is the first step in emotional alchemy, recognizing that you're not at the mercy of your feelings. You're the creator of them. But here's where it gets really powerful. Your emotions aren't just internal experiences. They're broadcasting frequencies into the quantum field. Think of emotions as radio signals. Every emotion has a specific frequency, a specific vibration. Fear vibrates at a very low, dense frequency. Love vibrates at a very high, light frequency. And the universe, being made of vibrating energy, responds to your emotional frequency by sending you experiences that match it. When you're vibrating at the frequency of fear, you don't attract fearful things because the universe is punishing you. You attract them because like attracts like. Your fear frequency resonates with circumstances that will create more fear. When you're vibrating at the frequency of love, You don't attract loving experiences because you deserve them or earned them. You attract them because your vibration is a match to them. This is law. This is physics. This is how the mental universe operates. The ancient alchemists understood this completely. They knew that the base metal of low-frequency emotions had to be transmuted into the gold of high-frequency emotions if they wanted to create a life of abundance, health, joy, and freedom. They weren't trying to suppress emotions or pretend they didn't feel what they felt. They were learning to consciously shift from one emotional state to another through the power of awareness and choice. I learned this lesson in the most painful way possible. I spent years in a state of chronic anxiety. Every morning I'd wake up with a knot in my stomach, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios, my body tense and ready for threat. I told myself it was just who I was, that I was naturally anxious, that there was nothing I could do about it. I was completely identified with the emotion, thinking it was me rather than something I was experiencing. What I didn't understand was that my anxiety was creating my reality. I was broadcasting an anxiety frequency into the field, and the universe was faithfully reflecting back experiences that matched that frequency. Things to worry about, situations that felt threatening, circumstances that confirmed my anxiety was justified. I was stuck in a feedback loop of my own creation, and I couldn't see it because I thought my emotions were caused by external circumstances rather than creating those circumstances. The breakthrough came when I learned about the electromagnetic field of the heart. Scientists have discovered that your heart generates an electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. This field is not constant. It changes based on your emotional state. When you feel elevated emotions like gratitude, love, joy, or compassion, your heart creates a coherent electromagnetic field, organized and harmonious. When you feel survival emotions like fear, anger, anxiety, or frustration, your heart creates an incoherent field, chaotic and disorganized. And here's the crucial part. This electromagnetic field is constantly interacting with the quantum field around you, communicating your emotional state to the universe, attracting experiences that match your frequency. Your heart is literally a broadcasting station, sending out emotional signals that shape your reality. This isn't metaphor. This isn't wishful thinking. This is measurable, verifiable science. When I understood this, everything shifted. I realized I wasn't a victim of my anxiety. I was creating through my anxiety. And if I could create anxiety-matching experiences, I could create joy-matching experiences by changing my emotional frequency. This is emotional alchemy, consciously transmuting one emotional state into another through awareness, choice, and practice. But let's be clear about something important. Emotional alchemy isn't about suppressing negative emotions or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's not toxic positivity. It's not spiritual bypassing. It's about recognizing that emotions are energy in motion, and like all energy, they can be transformed. You don't eliminate fear. You transmute it into courage. You don't destroy anger. You transmute it into passion. You don't erase sadness. You transmute it into compassion. The masters understood that emotions exist on a spectrum, on a pole, just like we discussed in earlier chapters. At the low end of the emotional pole, you have shame, guilt, apathy, grief, fear, anger. At the high end, you have courage, willingness, acceptance, love, joy, peace. These aren't different types of emotions. They're different frequencies of the same thing, emotional energy. And just like you can raise the temperature on a thermometer by adding heat, you can raise your position on the emotional pole by consciously choosing thoughts and focus that generate higher frequencies. This is the practice. When you notice yourself in a low-frequency emotion, you don't judge it. You don't make it wrong. You don't try to fight it. You simply acknowledge it. I'm feeling fear right now. Then you ask yourself, what thought is creating this feeling? Because there's always a thought beneath the emotion, always. You're afraid because you're thinking something bad might happen. You're angry because you're thinking something shouldn't have happened. You're sad because you're thinking something you want is impossible. Once you identify the thought, you can choose a different thought. Not a thought that contradicts reality or denies what's happening, but a thought that serves you better, that creates a higher frequency. If you're thinking, I'm going to fail, you can choose, I'm learning and growing. If you're thinking, this is terrible, you can choose, this is teaching me something valuable. If you're thinking, nothing ever works out, you can choose, things are always working out for me, even when I can't see how. These aren't affirmations you repeat while disbelieving them. These are conscious choices of perspective, deliberate selections of which thoughts you're going to give your attention to. And when you change the thought, the emotion automatically shifts. It has to. Emotion follows thought, always. This is the mechanism of emotional alchemy. But here's where most people struggle. They try to jump from fear to joy in one leap, from anger to peace in one step, and that gap is usually too wide. The emotional body can't make that shift because the frequency difference is too great. But you can always move 1 degree up the emotional scale, from fear to worry, from worry to concern, from concern to hope, from hope to optimism, from optimism to enthusiasm, from enthusiasm to joy. Small shifts accumulate. Each time you consciously choose a thought that generates a slightly higher frequency, you move up the emotional pole. And as you move up, 2 things happen. First, you feel better, which is its own reward. Second, you begin broadcasting a higher frequency, which attracts experiences that match that higher frequency. You enter an upward spiral, where better feelings attract better circumstances, which create better feelings, which attract even better circumstances. The masters became so skilled at this that they could shift their emotional state almost instantly. They developed what we might call emotional sovereignty. They weren't controlled by their emotions. They consciously chose their emotional state based on what they wanted to create, not based on what was happening around them. This is true freedom. This is real power. And this is what the universe responds to most powerfully. Your emotional frequency. You can visualize all day long. You can affirm until you're blue in the face. You can write goals and make vision boards and take massive action. But if your emotional frequency doesn't match what you want to create, none of it will work. Because emotion is the secret ingredient. Emotion is what activates the law of attraction. Emotion is what collapses quantum possibilities into actual experiences. Think about it. When you really want something, when you deeply desire it, you're generating emotional energy around it. That emotional energy is the magnetic force that draws it toward you. But here's the paradox most people miss. If you want something from a place of lack, from a place of, I don't have it, and I need it to be happy, that emotional frequency is actually pushing it away. Because the emotion of lack attracts more experiences of lack. The masters learned to feel the emotion of already having what they desired. They didn't wait for the thing to show up before feeling grateful, joyful, abundant. They generated those emotions first, and then the things that matched those emotions showed up. They understood that feeling is the secret, not feeling as a reaction to getting what you want, but feeling as the cause of getting what you want. This is what it means to live in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You don't fake it. You don't pretend. You consciously generate the emotional state that you would experience if your desire was already manifest. And you practice that state. You become so familiar with it that your body starts to believe it's already real. Your subconscious mind can't tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience with full emotional engagement and a real experience. To your subconscious, to your nervous system, to your electromagnetic field, if you're feeling it, it's real. And when your body believes something is real, when your electromagnetic field broadcasts the frequency of it being real, the quantum field has to respond. It has to organize circumstances, synchronicities, opportunities that match your frequency. This is how you become a vibrational match to your desires, not through mental effort, but through emotional embodiment. Let me share a practice that changed everything for me. Every morning before I got out of bed, before I checked my phone, before I engaged with the external world, I would spend 10 minutes generating elevated emotions, not because of anything external, but purely through an internal focus. I would think about things I was grateful for, really feeling the gratitude in my body. I would imagine my desired future as if it already existed, feeling the joy and fulfillment of living it. I would connect with the feeling of love, of abundance, of health, of peace. At first, this felt fake. My mind would tell me I was making it up, that nothing had actually changed, that I was just pretending. But I kept practicing, and gradually, something remarkable happened. My baseline emotional frequency began to shift. Instead of waking up anxious, I started waking up neutral, then content, then grateful, then joyful. And as my emotional frequency shifted, so did my life. Opportunities appeared, relationships improved, health enhanced, money flowed more easily, not because I was working harder or doing more, but because I was vibrating differently. This is the power of emotional alchemy. This is turning lead into gold. The lead is the dense, heavy, survival-based emotions you've been unconsciously creating and broadcasting. The gold is the light, elevated, creation-based emotions you can consciously generate and embody. And the alchemy happens through awareness and choice, through recognizing that you're not at the mercy of your emotions, but the master of them. The ancient texts speak of the philosopher's stone, the substance that could transmute base metals into gold. The philosopher's stone isn't a physical object. It's a state of consciousness. It's the awareness that you are the alchemist. Your emotions are the materials, and your attention is the transformative fire. When you bring conscious awareness to your emotional state, when you choose which emotions to cultivate and which to transmute, you become the philosopher's stone. You become capable of transforming any experience, any circumstance, any conditions through the alchemy of emotional frequency. But here's something crucial. This isn't just about feeling good. This is about matching your emotional frequency to what you want to create. If you want to create health, you need to embody the emotional frequency of someone who is healthy. Vitality, energy, appreciation for your body. If you want to create wealth, you need to embody the emotional frequency of someone who is wealthy. Abundance, generosity, freedom. If you want to create love, you need to embody the emotional frequency of someone who is loved. Worthiness, openness, appreciation. You don't wait for the circumstances to change so you can feel these emotions. You generate these emotions first, and then the circumstances change to match them. This is the reversal that changes everything. Most people are trying to change circumstances so they can feel better. Masters change how they feel, and circumstances automatically shift. And here's the beautiful thing. You get better at this with practice. Just like any skill, emotional alchemy improves with use. At first, shifting your emotional state might take conscious effort and time, but the more you practice, the easier it becomes. Eventually, you develop such sovereignty over your emotional body that you can shift states in moments. You notice a low-frequency emotion arising. You acknowledge it, you choose a higher frequency, and your body follows your choice. This is what the masters demonstrated. They had the same emotional range as everyone else. They felt fear, anger, sadness, frustration, but they didn't stay in those states. They didn't identify with them. They didn't let them run their lives or create their reality. They felt them, learned from them, and consciously chose to transmute them into higher frequencies. The universe doesn't judge your emotions. It simply responds to them. If you're broadcasting fear, it sends you experiences that match fear. If you're broadcasting love, it sends you experiences that match love. It's not personal. It's not moral. It's just law. It's physics. Your emotional frequency determines your experiential reality. Change the frequency, change the reality. Now let's talk about emotional resistance, because this is where many people get stuck. They think that to transmute an emotion, they need to resist it, fight it, push it away. But resistance actually amplifies the very thing you're resisting. What you resist persists. Why? Because resistance is a form of attention, and attention is creative. When you resist fear, you're still focused on fear, still generating the frequency of fear, still attracting fear-matching experiences. True alchemy doesn't resist. It transmutes. It transforms. It allows the low-frequency emotion to exist without judging it, without making it wrong, while simultaneously choosing to generate a higher frequency. It's like tuning a radio. You don't destroy the station that's playing. You simply turn the dial to a different frequency. The old station still exists, but you're no longer tuned to it. This is the art of emotional mastery. You don't try to eliminate negative emotions. You develop such skill at choosing your frequency that negative emotions naturally dissolve in the presence of your higher vibration. You become so good at generating elevated emotions that the low-frequency states simply can't sustain themselves in your energy field. The masters also understood something profound about emotional energy. It's contagious. Your emotional frequency affects everyone around you. When you're in a low-frequency state, you pull others down with you. When you're in a high-frequency state, you lift others up. This is why some people light up a room when they enter, and others bring darkness. It's not about personality or charisma. It's about emotional frequency. And this means that as you master emotional alchemy, as you learn to consistently embody elevated emotions, you don't just transform your own life. You become a transformative presence in the world. You become someone who affects the collective emotional field of humanity. You raise the frequency, not just for yourself, but for everyone you encounter. This is true service. This is how you change the world, by changing your emotional frequency and thereby shifting the frequencies of those around you. Think about the people who have most impacted you. They're not the people who had the most knowledge or the most success. They're the people who radiated a certain quality, a certain frequency: joy, peace, love, wisdom. You felt different in their presence because their emotional field entrained yours. They lifted you to their frequency simply by maintaining it so consistently that your field synchronized with theirs. You can be that person, not through force or effort, but through practice, through choosing, moment by moment, which emotional frequency you want to embody, through becoming so familiar with elevated emotions that they become your natural state, through developing emotional sovereignty so complete that external circumstances no longer dictate your internal frequency. This is the great work. This is the magnum opus of the alchemists. Not turning physical lead into physical gold, but turning emotional lead into emotional gold, transforming fear into love, anxiety into peace, anger into compassion, lack into abundance, separation into unity. This is the alchemy that matters. This is the gold that enriches your life and the lives of everyone you touch. And the beautiful irony is that once you master emotional alchemy, once you learn to consistently embody elevated frequencies, the physical gold often follows, not because you're chasing it, but because your frequency naturally attracts abundance. People want to do business with you. Opportunities seek you out. Resources flow to you, not through manipulation or strategy, but through vibrational alignment. You've become a match to prosperity through your emotional frequency. But the real treasure isn't the external gold. It's the internal gold. It's the state of being where you're no longer controlled by circumstances, no longer thrown around by emotional reactions, no longer at the mercy of whatever life brings. You've become sovereign. You've become free. You've become the conscious creator of your emotional experience, which means you've become the conscious creator of your reality. The ancient masters knew this. They dedicated their lives to this work, not because they were holy or special or different from you, but because they understood what was at stake. Your emotional frequency is your destiny. It determines what you attract, what you create, what you experience. Master it, and you master your life. Ignore it, and you remain subject to the unconscious patterns and programs that have been running you. So here's your invitation. Begin the great work of emotional alchemy. Start noticing your emotional state throughout the day. When you catch yourself in a low-frequency emotion, don't judge it. Simply notice it. Then ask yourself, what thought is creating this feeling? Identify the thought. Then consciously choose a thought that generates a slightly higher frequency. Feel the shift in your body. Practice this until it becomes automatic. And every day, dedicate time to consciously generating elevated emotions. Not waiting for something to happen to make you feel good, but deliberately creating elevated emotions through focus and intention. Gratitude for what you have. Appreciation for your body. Love for the people in your life. Joy for being alive. Excitement for what's coming. Peace in the present moment. Whatever elevated emotion you choose, practice generating it from within, independent of external circumstances. This is how you become the alchemist. This is how you transmute lead into gold. This is how you transform your life from the inside out, not through more doing, more achieving, more acquiring, but through conscious elevation of your emotional frequency. This is the work that matters. This is the alchemy that lasts. This is the gold that never tarnishes. The masters left you this knowledge. They encoded it in symbols and stories and practices because they knew that one day, when you were ready, you would decode it and use it. That day is now. The knowledge is revealed. The practice is clear. The choice is yours. Will you remain in the lead of low-frequency emotions, unconsciously creating from survival patterns and limited beliefs? Or will you engage in the great work of alchemy, consciously transmuting your emotional energy into the gold of elevated states, creating from possibility and abundance? The laboratory is your own consciousness. The materials are your emotions. The fire is your awareness. The gold is your transformed life. The work begins now. The alchemist is you. Welcome to the great work. Welcome to the transformation. Welcome to the gold that was always within you, waiting to be revealed through the alchemy of conscious emotional mastery. This is the seventh secret. This is emotional alchemy. This is how you turn lead into gold. Not someday, not when you're more evolved, not when circumstances are perfect. Now, this moment, with this breath, with this choice, with this conscious decision to be the master of your emotional frequency rather than its slave, the gold awaits. The transformation calls, the alchemy begins, and you are ready. Chapter 8. The Secret of Correspondences. As above, so below. Look at your fingerprint, those unique whorls and ridges that identify you and only you. Now look at a galaxy spinning in space. See the spiral arms rotating around a central core. The pattern is the same. The fingerprint and the galaxy, separated by incomprehensible scales of magnitude, share the same design. This isn't coincidence. This is correspondence, one of the most profound principles governing reality. And once you understand it, you'll see the entire universe as a hologram where every part contains the whole. The ancient Hermetic masters encoded this principle in a phrase that has echoed through millennia. As above, so below. As below, so above. What they understood, what modern physics is now confirming, is that reality is fractal. The same patterns repeat on every scale of existence. The atom looks like the solar system. The branching of trees mirrors the branching of rivers, blood vessels, neurons, and lightning. The spiral of a seashell echoes the spiral of a hurricane, a galaxy, the double helix of DNA. The universe is speaking one language, expressing one pattern, repeating one design across infinite scales. But this principle goes far deeper than physical patterns. It extends into every plane of existence. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. What happens on one plane corresponds to what happens on every other plane. Change something on the mental plane, and the physical plane must shift to match. Transform something in your inner world, and your outer world reorganizes itself accordingly. Master something in consciousness, and it manifests in circumstances. This is the secret of correspondences, and it's the key to understanding how consciousness creates reality. Most people see the inner world and outer world as separate. They think thoughts are just thoughts, feelings are just feelings, beliefs are just beliefs, with no connection to physical reality. They work exclusively on changing external circumstances through external actions, never realizing that external circumstances are always correspondence to internal states. They're trying to change the reflection without changing what's being reflected. It's exhausting, ineffective, and it misses the entire point of how creation actually works. The masters understood that you don't change your life by changing your life. You change your life by changing yourself, because your life is a perfect correspondence to your consciousness. Everything in your external reality is a mirror reflecting something in your internal reality. Your relationships correspond to your relationship with yourself. Your finances correspond to your sense of self-worth and abundance. Your health corresponds to your emotional state and beliefs about your body. Your circumstances correspond to your consciousness, always, without exception. This is why two people can go through the same event and have completely different experiences. The event itself is neutral, but each person's inner state creates a correspondence in how they experience the event. One person loses their job and sees catastrophe because internally they believe they're powerless and the world is hostile. Their inner state corresponds to an outer experience of struggle and victimhood. Another person loses the same job and sees opportunity because internally they believe they're creative and the universe supports them. Their inner state corresponds to an outer experience of possibility and adventure. Same event, different correspondences, based entirely on internal consciousness. I learned this principle through a painful but illuminating experience. I was constantly frustrated with my romantic relationships. Every partner seemed to have the same issues: unavailable, uncommitted, unable to truly see me. I blamed them. I blamed my luck. I blamed timing. I was completely focused on the external, on finding the right person who would finally give me what I needed. And the pattern kept repeating, relationship at a relationship, with eerie consistency. Then someone asked me a question that changed everything. How is your relationship with yourself? I didn't even understand the question at first. What did my relationship with myself have to do with my romantic relationships? Everything, as it turned out. When I finally got honest, I realized I was unavailable to myself, uncommitted to my own growth, unable to truly see my own value. My external relationships were perfect correspondences to my internal relationship with myself. The universe wasn't punishing me with bad partners. It was showing me, through the principle of correspondence, exactly what was happening inside me. Once I saw this, once I understood that my outer world was corresponding to my inner world, everything shifted. I stopped trying to find the right person and started becoming the right person. I stopped looking for someone to commit to me and started committing to myself. I stopped waiting for someone to see my value and started seeing it myself. And as my inner state changed, my external circumstances changed to match, not through force or strategy, but through natural correspondence. The universe reflected back what I had become internally. This is the power of understanding correspondences. You stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a creator of them. You recognize that every external condition is giving you information about your internal state. Your bank account is showing you your consciousness around money. Your body is showing you your relationship with yourself. Your job is showing you your sense of purpose and value. Your home is showing you your inner sanctuary or lack thereof. Everything external is a correspondence to something internal. And here's where it gets really practical. If you want to know what you're really believing, thinking, and feeling at the deepest levels, look at your life. Your life doesn't lie. Your circumstances are the printout of your consciousness. You might consciously think you believe you're worthy of abundance, but if your bank account tells a different story, that's showing you there's a deeper belief creating the correspondence. You might say you want a healthy relationship, but if you keep attracting unavailable partners, that's revealing something about your own availability. This isn't about blame or shame. It's about information. Your outer world is constantly giving you feedback about your inner world through the principle of correspondence. And once you learn to read this feedback, once you understand what your circumstances are corresponding to, you have the power to change them by changing their source in consciousness. The ancient texts speak of multiple planes of existence: physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and they emphasize that what happens on one plane corresponds to what happens on all the others. This is why you can't just think positive thoughts and expect your life to change. Thought alone operates on only one plane. But if you align your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and spiritual understanding, if you create correspondence across all planes of your being, then physical reality must shift to match, because physical reality is always the lowest, densest plane of manifestation, the final correspondence of what's happening on the higher planes. Think of it like building a house. The physical house corresponds to the blueprint. If you want to change the house, you don't rearrange the bricks. You change the blueprint, and then you rebuild according to the new design. Your consciousness is the blueprint. Your life is the house. Change the blueprint on all levels, mental, emotional, and spiritual, and reality reconstructs itself to match the new design. This is why the masters spent so much time on inner work. They understood that the inner creates the outer through correspondence. They knew that one moment of genuine transformation in consciousness was worth more than a lifetime of struggling to force external changes. They focused on aligning all planes of their being, creating internal correspondence first, and then allowing external correspondence to manifest naturally. But here's something subtle and important. Correspondence works both ways. Not only does the inner create the outer, but you can use the outer to shift the inner. This is why the masters used physical rituals, sacred spaces, symbolic objects, and specific practices. They understood that by changing something on the physical plane, they could create a correspondence on the mental and emotional planes that would shift consciousness. This is the principle behind every sacred practice throughout history. Why do you think temples were built with such precision? Why were ceremonies performed with such care? Why did masters emphasize posture in meditation, specific hand positions, particular breathing patterns? Because the physical corresponds to the mental, emotional, and spiritual. Change your body, and your consciousness shifts to match. This is correspondence working from the outside in. You can use this in practical ways. If you want to feel abundant, start acting abundant in small ways. Not spending money you don't have, but embodying the energy of abundance, generosity, appreciation, enjoyment. The external action of acting abundant creates an internal correspondence of feeling abundant, which then creates external circumstances that match. If you want to feel healthy, move your body like a healthy person moves. Stand like a healthy person stands. The physical posture creates an internal correspondence that affects your actual health. This is why your environment matters so much. Your external environment is constantly creating correspondences in your internal state. A cluttered space corresponds to a cluttered mind. A beautiful space corresponds to elevated emotions. An organized environment corresponds to clear thinking. The masters understood this and were meticulous about their surroundings because they knew those surroundings were either supporting or hindering their consciousness through the principle of correspondence. Look at your environment right now. What is it corresponding to in your consciousness? Is your home a sanctuary that elevates you, or a prison that depletes you? Is your workspace inspiring or draining? Are the objects around you meaningful or just clutter? Every physical thing in your environment is creating a correspondence in your mental and emotional state. Change your environment and you automatically shift your consciousness. This is practical magic based on universal law. The principle of correspondence also explains why symbols are so powerful. A symbol on the physical plane corresponds to something on the mental or spiritual plane. The cross, the star, the circle, the triangle, these aren't just shapes. They're physical correspondences to metaphysical truths. This is why the ancient mystery schools used symbols extensively. They understood that by meditating on a symbol, by placing it in your environment, by working with it consciously, you are creating a bridge between physical and spiritual planes through correspondence. You can create your own symbols, your own physical correspondences to the consciousness you want to embody. Some people use vision boards, some use altar spaces, some wear specific jewelry or clothing. The form doesn't matter. What matters is that you consciously create physical objects or spaces that correspond to the internal state you want to maintain. Every time you see or interact with these physical correspondences, They remind your consciousness of what you're choosing to embody, and the correspondence reinforces the internal state. Now let's talk about how correspondence relates to healing. Every physical illness or discomfort is a correspondence to something on the mental or emotional plane. This doesn't mean illness is your fault, or that you consciously created it. But it does mean that your body is always speaking to you, showing you through physical correspondence what's happening deeper in your consciousness. Pain in your heart corresponds to emotional pain. Tension in your shoulders corresponds to carrying too much burden. Digestive issues correspond to what you're not digesting or processing in your life. The masters learned to read these correspondences to understand what their bodies were telling them about their consciousness, and by addressing the issue on the mental or emotional plane, they often resolved it on the physical plane through correspondence. Modern medicine works from the physical plane, treating symptoms. Ancient wisdom works from the causal planes, treating the consciousness that's creating the correspondence. Both have value, but understanding correspondence gives you access to healing at the source, rather than just managing symptoms. This is why visualization and feeling work so powerfully for healing. When you visualize your body as healthy and feel the emotion of being healthy, you're creating correspondence on the mental and emotional planes. And because all planes correspond, the physical plane begins to shift toward that correspondence. You're not pretending or denying the physical condition. You're working on the planes where that condition originates and allowing correspondence to manifest the healing physically. The same principle applies to every area of life. Want to change your finances? Work on the mental and emotional planes first. Shift your consciousness around money, value, abundance, worthiness. Create thoughts and feelings that correspond to prosperity. The physical plane of your bank account must shift to match because of correspondence. Want to change your relationships? Work on your relationship with yourself. Create internal correspondence to the love you want to experience externally. The outer relationships will shift to match the inner state. This is why affirmations alone don't work for most people. They're trying to create correspondence from only one plane, the mental, while their emotional and belief planes are broadcasting completely different correspondences. All planes must align for correspondence to manifest powerfully. This is why feeling is so important, as we discussed in the last chapter. Feeling aligns the emotional plane with the mental plane, and when multiple planes align in correspondence, physical manifestation accelerates dramatically. The masters also understood something profound about time and correspondence. The present moment on the physical plane corresponds to the past on the mental plane. Your current circumstances are the manifestation of consciousness you held in the past. But your future circumstances are being created by the consciousness you hold now. This is why changing your thoughts today doesn't instantly change your circumstances today. There's a lag, a time delay between planes, between the moment you shift consciousness and the moment that shift manifests as physical correspondence. Most people give up during this lag time. They change their thinking for a few days or weeks, see no immediate change in circumstances, and conclude it doesn't work. But they're not understanding correspondence. The physical plane is always the last to change, because it's the densest, the slowest vibration. But change on the higher planes is already creating future correspondence that must manifest physically. You just have to maintain the new consciousness long enough for the correspondence to complete across all planes. This is why consistency matters so much. You're not trying to force the physical plane to change. You're maintaining a new state on the mental and emotional planes long enough for the physical plane to naturally correspond to it. It's like tuning a radio. You set the dial to a new station, but there might be a moment of static before the new signal comes through, clearly. If you keep changing the dial because you don't hear the new station immediately, you never actually tune into anything. But if you hold the dial steady, the new frequency comes through. Hold your consciousness steady on the new frequency, and physical reality will tune to match it through correspondence. This is faith, not blind belief, but understanding how correspondence works and trusting the process. The masters had unwavering faith not because they were special, but because they understood the law of correspondence and knew that physical reality must eventually match sustained consciousness. It's not personal. It's not about deserving. It's simply how correspondence works. Here's another powerful application of this principle. You can use correspondence to accelerate your evolution. The ancient maxim, as above, so below, also means that by studying what's above, you understand what's below, and by mastering what's below, you affect what's above. Study the cosmos, and you understand the atom. Master yourself, and you influence the collective. Everything is connected through correspondence, and change at any level ripples through all levels. This is why your personal transformation is never just personal. As you elevate your consciousness, as you shift your internal state, you create correspondence in the collective consciousness of humanity. Every person who wakes up, who remembers their power, who consciously creates from elevated states, is shifting the correspondence for everyone. You're not just changing your life. You're changing the world through the principle of correspondence, because your inner world corresponds to your outer world, and your outer world is part of the collective outer world we all share. The masters knew they were part of a larger whole. They understood that by mastering correspondence within themselves, by aligning all planes of their being, by becoming impeccable examples of consciousness creating reality, they were serving all of humanity. They were creating a correspondence that others could resonate with, tune into, and replicate in their own lives. This is why master teachers throughout history have had such profound impact. They weren't teaching information. They were embodying a level of correspondence that shifted everyone who came into contact with them. You have the same opportunity. Every moment, you consciously choose elevated thoughts, generate elevated emotions, align your beliefs with your desires, act in correspondence with your highest vision. You're creating a beacon. You're becoming a living demonstration of consciousness creating reality. And others will feel it, see it, and begin to understand that they have the same power. This is how consciousness evolves, not through doctrine or dogma, but through living correspondence, through being the example of what's possible. Now let's bring this into immediate, practical application. Starting right now, you can use the principle of correspondence to transform your life. Begin by looking at your external circumstances as information about your internal state. Don't judge what you see. Simply observe. What do your circumstances correspond to in your consciousness? What beliefs, thoughts, emotions, or patterns are creating the correspondences you're experiencing? Be brutally honest with yourself. This isn't about blame. This is about power. The more clearly you can see the correspondences, the more precisely you can shift them. If your relationships are unsatisfying, what does that correspond to in how you relate to yourself? If your finances are limited, what does that correspond to in your sense of abundance or scarcity? If your health is compromised, what does that correspond to in your mental and emotional state? Find the correspondence and you've found the leverage point for transformation. Then begin to consciously create new correspondences. On the mental plane, choose thoughts that correspond to what you want to experience. On the emotional plane, generate feelings that correspond to your desires already fulfilled. On the physical plane, take actions that correspond to the person you're becoming. Align all planes in the same correspondence and watch how quickly physical reality shifts to match. And remember, you can work from either direction, inner to outer, or outer to inner. Change your consciousness, and circumstances shift. Change your circumstances, and consciousness shifts. Use both. Clean your environment to create correspondence with mental clarity. Stand in a power pose to create correspondence with confidence. Smile to create correspondence with joy. These physical actions create mental and emotional correspondences that reinforce the consciousness you're building. The masters lived in constant awareness of correspondence. They saw the universe as a unified whole, where every part affected every other part. They understood that nothing was separate, nothing was isolated, everything was connected through intricate webs of correspondence. And they used this understanding to create their reality with precision and power. This is your inheritance. This is the knowledge that empowers you to stop feeling like a victim of circumstances and start being a conscious creator of them. Your inner world and outer world are not separate. They're correspondent. They're mirror images. They're reflections of each other across different planes of existence. Change one, and the other must follow. This is law. This is how reality operates. This is the secret of correspondences. As above, so below. As within, so without. As in consciousness, so in circumstances. This is not poetry. This is physics. This is the fundamental structure of reality. And now that you know it, now that you understand it, you can never again look at your life the same way. Every circumstance is showing you your consciousness. Every challenge is revealing a correspondence you can shift. Every success is confirming a correspondence you've created. You are the above that creates the below. You are the within that manifests the without. You are the consciousness that generates the circumstances. This is your power. This is your responsibility. This is the eighth secret revealed. Use it wisely. Use it consciously. Use it to create a life that corresponds in every way to the highest vision you can hold in your consciousness. The universe is waiting to mirror back to you whatever you choose to embody. What will you choose? What correspondences will you create? What will your life reflect about the consciousness you're maintaining? These are the questions of a master. These are the questions of someone who understands that nothing is happening to them. Everything is corresponding from them. You are the source. Your consciousness is the cause. Your circumstances are the correspondence. Change the source, and everything else changes through natural law. This is not theory. This is the way reality works. And now, this knowledge is yours to use, to embody, to live. Welcome to the world of conscious correspondence. Welcome to the understanding that you are always creating your reality through the principle that the ancient masters knew as the foundation of all creation. As above, so below. As within, so without. As the consciousness, so the life. Chapter 9. Breaking the Spell. Deprogramming the beliefs that imprison you. You are under a spell, not a mystical curse cast by some external force, but something far more insidious and far more powerful. A collection of beliefs about reality, about yourself, about what's possible, that were installed in your consciousness before you had the ability to question them. These beliefs run like software in the background of your mind. invisible but totally controlling, determining what you see, what you experience, what you create. And until you become aware of them, until you consciously choose to deprogram them, they will continue to run your life, keeping you trapped in patterns that feel like fate but are actually just programming. The ancient masters understood something that modern society has forgotten. Belief creates reality more powerfully than any other force. Not truth, not facts, not circumstances. Belief, what you believe at the deepest level of your consciousness, becomes your experience. Not because belief changes objective reality, but because belief determines what reality you perceive, what possibilities you see, what actions you take, what you allow yourself to receive. Your beliefs are the lens through which you see the world, and you can only see what your lens allows. This is why two people can live in the same world and have completely different experiences. They're not experiencing different worlds. They're experiencing the same world through different belief systems. One person believes life is abundant and sees opportunities everywhere. Another believes life is scarce and sees threats and limitations. Same life, different beliefs, completely different experiences. The spell each person is under determines the reality they experience. And here's what makes this so challenging. You don't know you're under a spell. The beliefs that control you operate beneath conscious awareness. They were installed during childhood, before you developed critical thinking, before you could question whether what you were being told was true. Your parents believed certain things, so you believed them. Your culture believed certain things, so you absorbed them. Your religion, your education, your media, your peer group, all installing beliefs that became the operating system of your consciousness. By the time you reached adulthood, you had thousands of beliefs you never chose, never questioned, never examined. Beliefs about money. It's hard to make. There's never enough. Rich people are greedy. You have to work hard to earn it. Beliefs about relationships. Love hurts. People leave. You're not enough. You have to compromise to be loved. Beliefs about yourself. You're not smart enough, talented enough, worthy enough, special enough. Beliefs about life. It's a struggle. It's unfair. Good things don't last. You can't trust anyone. These beliefs feel like truth. They feel like just how things are. But they're not truth. They're programming. And the most powerful spell of all is the belief that these beliefs are true, that they're fixed, that they can't be changed. This meta-belief, this belief about beliefs, is what keeps the spell intact. Because if you don't believe you can change your beliefs, you'll never try. I remember the moment I realized I was under a spell. I was in therapy, complaining for probably the 100th time about how I never had enough money, how no matter what I did, I always ended up broke. My therapist asked a simple question. Where did you learn that? I was confused. Learn what? That I don't have money? I don't have to learn that. I just look at my bank account. But she persisted. No, where did you learn that you never have enough? That no matter what you do, you end up broke? Who taught you that belief? And suddenly, like a curtain being pulled back, I saw it. My father, who constantly worried about money, who always said we couldn't afford things, who stressed about bills and scarcity and never having enough. I had absorbed his belief system like a sponge. I had inherited his spell, and I had been living it out in my own life, creating the same reality he created, not because it was true, not because it was my destiny, but because I believed what he believed. I was under his spell, running his programming, creating his reality in my life. Once I saw this, once I recognized the belief as a belief rather than as truth, something shifted. I could question it. I could examine it. I could choose whether to keep it or release it. And in that moment of recognition, the spell began to break. Not instantly, not completely, but the process had started. I had become conscious of the unconscious programming, and consciousness is the antidote to every spell. The masters taught that the first step to freedom is awareness. You cannot change what you cannot see. You cannot deprogram what you don't know is programming. So the work begins with illumination, with shining the light of awareness on the beliefs that have been running your life in the darkness of the unconscious. This requires courage, because what you discover might be uncomfortable. You might find beliefs that contradict your self-image. You might uncover programming that came from people you love. You might see how much of your life has been reaction to beliefs you never chose. But this discomfort is the price of freedom. The spell remains intact, only in darkness. Bring it into the light of awareness, and it begins to dissolve. This is why the ancient mystery schools emphasized self-knowledge above all else. They knew that most people were living under spells, running programs they didn't choose, creating realities they didn't want, and the only way out was through conscious awareness of the beliefs creating those realities. So how do you identify your limiting beliefs? Here's the simplest method. Look at your life. Your circumstances are the physical manifestation of your beliefs. Where you're stuck, there's a limiting belief. Where you're struggling, there's a limiting belief. Where you keep experiencing the same pattern, there's a limiting belief creating that pattern. Your life doesn't lie. Your life is showing you, with perfect accuracy, what you believe at the deepest level. If you believe you're unworthy of love, you'll create relationships that confirm that belief. If you believe money is scarce, you'll create financial situations that prove it. If you believe you're not capable, you'll sabotage your own success to stay consistent with that belief. The universe isn't doing this to you. You're doing it to yourself through the creative power of belief. You're under a spell, casting it on yourself, moment by moment, through the beliefs you hold. And here's what's really important to understand. These beliefs aren't just thoughts. They're not just mental concepts floating around in your head. They're encoded in your body, in your nervous system, in your energy field. They're physical patterns of neural connections in your brain. They're emotional signatures stored in your cells. They're vibrational frequencies you're broadcasting. This is why you can't change a belief just by thinking different thoughts. The belief is deeper than thought. It's embodied. This is why deprogramming requires more than just mental work. It requires somatic work, emotional work, energetic work. You have to change the belief at every level where it's encoded. You have to rewire the neural pathways. You have to release the emotional charge. You have to shift the energetic frequency. This is the full process of breaking the spell. Awareness at the mental level, release at the emotional level, rewiring at the physical level, and shift at the energetic level. Let's start with awareness. To become conscious of a limiting belief, you need to catch it in action. Pay attention to your thoughts, especially the ones that start with I am, or I can't, or I never, or everyone, or life is. These are often beliefs masquerading as facts. I am not good with money. I can't trust people. I never get what I want. Everyone leaves eventually. Life is hard. Each of these is a belief, not a truth. But if you've been thinking them long enough, they feel like truth. When you catch one of these statements, pause. Ask yourself, is this actually true? Or is this a belief I've been operating from? Question it. Where did this belief come from? Who did I learn it from? What experiences seem to confirm it? And here's the crucial question. If I didn't believe this, what would be possible? This last question opens a crack in the spell. It allows you to see that the belief is optional, that reality could be different without it. But awareness alone isn't enough. The belief has emotional energy attached to it. It's connected to experiences, usually from childhood, where you felt pain, fear, shame, or some other intense emotion. Those emotions got wired to the belief, and now the belief carries that emotional charge. Until you release the emotion, the belief stays locked in place, held there by the unprocessed feeling. This is where the emotional work comes in. When you identify a limiting belief, feel into it. What emotion is underneath it? Fear, shame, anger, grief. Allow yourself to feel it fully, without resistance, without trying to fix it or make it go away. Just feel it. Breathe into it. Let it move through you. Emotions want to flow, to be felt and released. It's only when we resist them, suppress them, or get stuck in them that they keep us trapped. As you allow the emotion to move through you, something remarkable happens. The charge begins to dissipate. The belief starts to loosen its grip. You're no longer held hostage by the unfelt emotion that was keeping the belief in place. This is emotional alchemy applied to deprogramming. You're transmuting the dense emotional energy that was feeding the limiting belief, and as that energy transforms, the belief naturally begins to dissolve. But there's still physical programming to address. Remember, your brain has neural pathways that have been strengthened through repetition of the limiting belief. Every time you thought the thought, you fired those neurons together, and neurons that fire together wire together. You've literally built a physical structure in your brain that makes it easy to think the limiting thought and hard to think anything different. This is neuroplasticity working against you. But here's the good news. Neuroplasticity can work for you, too. You can rewire your brain by consciously choosing different thoughts, repeatedly, until new neural pathways form and strengthen. This isn't just positive thinking. This is neurological reprogramming. Every time you catch yourself thinking the limiting belief and consciously choose a different, empowering belief instead, you're weakening the old pathway and strengthening a new one. Do this enough times, and the new pathway becomes the default. The empowering belief becomes automatic. The spell is broken at the physical level, and then there's the energetic level. Beliefs carry a frequency, a vibration. Limiting beliefs vibrate at low frequencies. They feel heavy, constricted, dark. Empowering beliefs vibrate at high frequencies. They feel light, expansive, bright. When you hold a limiting belief, you're broadcasting that low frequency into the quantum field, and the universe responds by reflecting back experiences that match that frequency. This is the spell at its most powerful. Your belief creates a frequency that attracts circumstances that confirm the belief, which strengthens the frequency, which attracts more confirming circumstances. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. Breaking this cycle requires shifting your frequency, and you shift frequency through feeling. This is why we've emphasized emotion so much throughout this book. Emotion is the key to frequency shift. When you consciously generate elevated emotions, gratitude, love, joy, peace, you raise your frequency, and at higher frequencies, limiting beliefs can't survive. They're incompatible with elevated emotional states. This is why people often experience spontaneous healing, sudden insights, or dramatic life changes after a peak emotional experience. The elevated frequency disrupted the spell, so the complete process of deprogramming looks like this. First, identify the limiting belief by examining where you're stuck or struggling. Second, question the belief and trace it back to its origin. Third, feel and release the emotional charge attached to it. Fourth, consciously choose and repeatedly think an empowering belief to rewire your neural pathways. Fifth, generate elevated emotions to shift your frequency and make the new belief embodied, not just mental. Let me give you a concrete example. Say you have a limiting belief that I'm not good enough. This belief is showing up in your life as chronic self-doubt, inability to take opportunities, settling for less than you want. You identify it. That's step one. You question it and realize you learned it from a hypercritical parent who made you feel like nothing you did was ever adequate. That's step two. You feel the old pain of never being good enough for your parent, and you let yourself cry, grieve, release that stored emotion. That's step three. Then you consciously choose a new belief. I am inherently worthy and enough exactly as I am. But you don't just think it once and expect everything to change. You think it repeatedly. You write it. You say it out loud. You catch every "I'm not good enough" thought and replace it with "I am enough." You do this hundreds of times, rewiring your brain. That's step four, and you generate feelings of worthiness, self-love, appreciation for yourself. You practice feeling what it feels like to be enough, to be worthy, to be valuable. That's step five. You embody the new belief across all levels: mental, emotional, physical, energetic. This process takes time. The spell wasn't created in a day, and it won't be broken in a day. But with consistent practice, with patient persistence, with compassionate self-awareness, the limiting belief loses its power. The spell breaks, and a new reality becomes possible. Not because the world changed, but because you're no longer creating from the limitation of the old belief. You're creating from the possibility of the new one. The masters understood that humanity is under a collective spell. Certain beliefs are shared across entire cultures, entire civilizations. Beliefs about scarcity, about separation, about powerlessness, about the nature of reality itself. These collective beliefs create collective reality. War, poverty, disease, suffering, all manifestations of limiting beliefs held by the collective consciousness. And while you can't single-handedly change the collective spell, you can break free from it individually. You can deprogram yourself from the consensus trance. This requires courage, because you'll be going against the grain. You'll be believing things that others don't believe. You'll be seeing possibilities that others can't see. You'll be creating results that others say are impossible. And people will try to pull you back into the collective spell. They'll tell you you're being unrealistic, naive, delusional. They'll use their own limiting beliefs to try to limit you. But remember, they're under a spell. They're not seeing clearly. They're projecting their limitations onto you. The masters learned to be immune to the collective spell. They knew their own minds. They chose their own beliefs. They created their own reality, regardless of what the masses believed was possible. This is what it means to be awake in a sleeping world. Not arrogant, not superior, just no longer under the spell that keeps most people trapped in limitation. And here's the beautiful thing. Every person who breaks free from the collective spell makes it easier for others to break free. Every person who deprograms their limiting beliefs and creates a different reality becomes evidence that a different reality is possible. You're not just freeing yourself. You're helping to weaken the collective spell for everyone. This is why your awakening matters. This is why your deprogramming is service. You're not being selfish by freeing yourself. You're being a beacon for others still under the spell. But let me warn you about something important. The spell will try to reassert itself. You'll do the work. You'll break free from a limiting belief. You'll start experiencing new possibilities, and then something will happen that triggers the old belief. You'll hear a voice in your head saying, "See, I knew it wouldn't last. You're not really good enough. Money is still hard. Love still hurts." This is the spell trying to survive. This is the old programming trying to reinstall itself. When this happens, and it will happen, you don't need to panic. You don't need to think you've failed. You simply need to recognize it. Ah, there's the old spell trying to come back. And you consciously choose again. You feel the emotion. You choose the empowering belief. You raise your frequency. You don't fight the old programming. You simply don't energize it. You place your attention and energy on the new programming instead. And gradually, the old spell loses its power to reinstall itself because you're no longer feeding it. This is the ongoing practice of consciousness. You're not going to deprogram once and be done. You're going to deprogram continuously as you discover deeper layers of limiting beliefs, as you encounter new challenges that reveal beliefs you didn't know you had, as you expand into bigger visions that require releasing bigger limitations. This is the work of a lifetime, but it's also the work that makes life worth living, because every belief you deprogram, every spell you break, expands your reality. You become more free, more powerful, more creative, more alive. The ancient texts speak of liberation, enlightenment, awakening. These aren't mystical states reserved for saints and sages. They're simply what happens when you successfully deprogram enough limiting beliefs that you're no longer creating from limitation. You're free to create from pure possibility, from infinite potential, from your true nature as consciousness itself. This is what the masters achieved, not because they were special, but because they did the work. They broke the spells. They deprogrammed the beliefs. They freed themselves from the prison of limiting consciousness. And now, it's your turn. You've been given the keys to your cell. You know the spells that bind you are just beliefs. You know beliefs can be changed. You know the process for deprogramming. The question is, will you do it? Will you have the courage to look at your beliefs honestly? Will you have the commitment to do the work of releasing and rewiring? Will you have the persistence to keep choosing freedom even when the spell tries to reassert itself? The masters would tell you that you already know the answer. You wouldn't have found this book. You wouldn't have read this far. You wouldn't be hearing these words if some part of you wasn't ready to break free. The spell is already weakening. The light of awareness is already shining on the beliefs that have imprisoned you. The process has already begun. Now it's just a matter of seeing it through. Look at your life right now. Where are you stuck? Where are you struggling? Where do you keep experiencing the same painful pattern? That's where the spell is strongest. That's where the limiting belief has the most power. And that's exactly where you need to shine the light of awareness. That's where the work needs to happen. That's where your liberation awaits. Don't wait for the perfect time. Don't wait until you feel ready. Don't wait for someone to save you or fix you or give you permission. The spell wants you to wait. The programming wants you to stay comfortable. The limiting belief wants you to remain small. But you're not small. You never were. That was just the spell talking. The programming running, the belief creating limitation where none actually exists. You are infinite consciousness having a temporary human experience. You are the creator of your reality, not the victim of it. You are powerful beyond measure, capable beyond imagination, free beyond any limitation except the ones you believe in. This is the truth the spell was hiding. This is the reality the programming was preventing you from seeing. This is who you actually are when you break free from the beliefs that imprison you. The spell is broken not through force, but through awareness. The programming is deleted not through struggle, but through choice. The beliefs are changed not through willpower, but through understanding. You don't fight your way to freedom. You see your way to freedom. And what you see, clearly and completely, is that you were never imprisoned by anything outside yourself. You were only ever imprisoned by what you believed. Change the belief, and the prison dissolves. Change the belief, and the limitation vanishes. Change the belief, and reality reorganizes itself to match your new understanding. This is not magic. This is how consciousness works. This is how reality operates. This is the ninth secret revealed. You are under a spell of limiting beliefs, and the moment you become aware of them, the moment you choose to deprogram them, the moment you commit to breaking free, the spell begins to dissolve, and your true power begins to emerge. The masters left you this knowledge. They encoded it in teachings and practices and stories because they knew that one day, when you were ready, you would decode it and use it to free yourself. That day is now. The spell is breaking. The programming is being deleted. The beliefs are changing. And you, the real you, infinite and free and powerful, are emerging from behind the veil of limitation. Welcome to freedom. Welcome to power. Welcome to the truth of who you actually are when the spell is broken, and the beliefs that imprisoned you are finally, completely, permanently deprogrammed. The cage was always unlocked. You just had to realize it was made of beliefs, not bars. And now you know. And knowing, truly knowing, is what sets you free. Chapter 10. The Awakened Master, Living in the Quantum Reality. You've traveled through 9 chapters, 9 principles, 9 keys to understanding how reality actually works. You've learned that all is mind, that opposites are the same thing at different frequencies, that rhythm governs all things, that you are cause and not effect, that creation requires the union of complementary forces, that emotion is the language of manifestation, that inner and outer correspond perfectly, and that you've been under a spell of limiting beliefs. But knowledge without application is just information. Theory without practice is just philosophy. Understanding without embodiment is just entertainment. Now comes the real question. What will you do with what you know? Who will you become now that the veil has been lifted? How will you live now that you understand you're not a victim of reality, but the creator of it? This final chapter isn't about learning something new. It's about integrating everything you've learned into a new way of being. It's about becoming the awakened master, the conscious creator, the person who lives in quantum reality instead of being trapped in linear limitation. The masters throughout history weren't masters because they knew these principles intellectually. They were masters because they embodied them completely. They didn't just understand that all is mind. They lived from that understanding. They didn't just know about polarity. They used it consciously every day. They didn't just believe in correspondence. They created their external reality by mastering their internal state. Knowledge was just the beginning. Embodiment was the goal. And embodiment comes through practice, through choosing, through living these principles moment by moment, until they become who you are, rather than what you know. So what does it mean to be an awakened master in the modern world? It doesn't mean retreating to a cave or monastery. It doesn't mean abandoning your life or responsibilities. It doesn't mean becoming serious, solemn, or separate from ordinary human experience. The awakened master lives in the world, engages with life fully, experiences the full spectrum of human emotion and experience. But they do it all from a completely different level of consciousness. They're in the world, but not of it. They participate in physical reality while remaining anchored in quantum reality. Let me explain what I mean by quantum reality. In quantum physics, particles exist in a state of superposition, multiple possibilities simultaneously, until observation collapses them into a single actuality. Before you look, the particle is everywhere and nowhere. After you look, it's in one specific place. Your observation, your consciousness, determines which of the infinite possibilities becomes the one reality you experience. This isn't metaphor. This isn't mystical thinking. This is verified, repeatable, scientific fact. Now apply this to your life. Before you choose, before you focus your consciousness, your future exists in superposition, infinite possibilities simultaneously available. Your observation, your focus, your consciousness collapses those possibilities into your actual experience. You're not observing a fixed future. You're creating it through the act of consciousness. This is quantum reality. You are always selecting from infinite possibilities which reality you will experience through where you place your attention and what you believe is possible. Linear reality is the illusion that one thing causes another in a fixed chain of cause and effect, that the past determines the present, that circumstances control outcomes, that you're subject to forces outside your control. Quantum reality is the understanding that consciousness creates reality, that all possibilities exist now, that by changing your consciousness you change what manifests, that you're the primary creative force in your experience. Linear reality is the spell we've been under. Quantum reality is what's actually true. The awakened master lives in quantum reality. They understand that every moment is a choice point, a place where infinite possibilities converge, and one is selected through consciousness. They don't react to circumstances as if those circumstances are fixed and determining. They respond from the awareness that circumstances are fluid, malleable, responsive to consciousness. They're not trying to manipulate or control reality. They're simply recognizing their role as conscious creators and using that creative power with intention and wisdom. This requires a fundamental shift in how you approach each moment. Instead of asking, "What's happening to me?" you ask, "What am I creating?" Instead of reacting to what shows up, you recognize you called it forth. Instead of feeling like life is happening to you, you know life is happening through you, as you, from you. This shift in perspective changes everything. It moves you from victim consciousness to creator consciousness, from effect to cause, from powerlessness to sovereignty. But let's be practical about what this actually looks like in daily life. You wake up in the morning. The old way is to immediately check your phone, see what demands are waiting. Let the external world determine your state and react to whatever shows up. The master's way is to take a few moments before engaging with the external to consciously create your internal state. You generate elevated emotions. You set clear intentions for the day. You visualize yourself moving through the day with grace, ease, and alignment. You're not trying to control every detail. You're setting the frequency from which you'll create. Throughout the day, challenges arise. The old way is to be thrown off center by these challenges, to let them determine your emotional state, to react from survival programs. The master's way is to recognize each challenge as an opportunity to practice conscious creation. You feel your initial reaction, you acknowledge it, then you consciously choose a response that aligns with who you're becoming rather than who you've been. You use the principle of polarity to transmute the low-frequency emotion into a higher one. You remember that this challenge corresponds to something in your consciousness that's ready to shift. Someone treats you poorly. The old way is to make it mean something about you, to feel victimized, to react with hurt or anger. The Master's way is to recognize that how someone treats you has nothing to do with your worth and everything to do with their consciousness. You don't take it personally. You don't make it mean anything about you. You maintain your center, your sovereignty, your knowing of who you are. You might set boundaries. You might remove yourself from the situation, but you do it from power rather than reaction, from choice rather than trigger. Money is tight. The old way is to panic, to feel the squeeze of scarcity, to worry about the future, to reinforce the very frequency of lack that's creating the tightness. The Master's way is to recognize this as feedback about your consciousness around abundance. You don't deny the current circumstances, but you don't let them determine your frequency. You generate the feeling of abundance even in the midst of apparent lack. You focus on what you do have rather than what's missing. You trust that as you shift your frequency, circumstances will shift to match. You take inspired action from abundance consciousness rather than desperate action from scarcity consciousness. Your body isn't feeling well. The old way is to identify with the illness, to see yourself as sick, to fear the symptoms and what they might mean. The Master's way is to listen to what your body is communicating, to recognize that physical symptoms correspond to something needing attention in your consciousness. You send love to your body. You visualize it healthy and whole. You generate the feeling of vitality. You address any emotional issues that might be manifesting physically. You work with your body as a partner, rather than seeing it as something broken that needs fixing. Do you see the pattern? In every situation, the awakened Master is choosing consciousness instead of unconsciousness, creation instead of reaction, sovereignty instead of victimhood. They're applying the principles not as techniques, but as a way of being. They're living from quantum reality, where consciousness creates experience, rather than from linear reality, where circumstances determine experience. This doesn't mean life becomes problem-free. The awakened Master still faces challenges, still experiences loss, still goes through difficulty. But their relationship to these experiences is completely different. They don't see problems as evidence of something wrong. They see them as opportunities for growth, for evolution, for practicing mastery. They don't resist what is. They accept it fully, while simultaneously holding the vision of what's becoming. They honor the rhythm of life, knowing that contractions precede expansions, that death precedes rebirth, that what appears as an ending is always a beginning. The Master has also made peace with the unknown. They've released the need to know how and when things will manifest. They understand that trying to figure out the how is the ego's attempt to stay in control, and true manifestation happens when you surrender the how to infinite intelligence. You set the intention. You feel the outcome. You take inspired action, but you release the need to control the process. You trust that the universe has ways of orchestrating your desires that are far more elegant and efficient than anything your limited mind could devise. This is the dance between masculine and feminine we discussed earlier. The masculine sets the intention, makes the decision, takes the action. The feminine trusts the process, allows the unfolding, receives the outcome. The Master balances both. They're decisive and trusting, active and allowing, intentional and surrendered. They plant the seed with clarity, and then let the garden grow without constantly digging up the seed to check on it. Living in quantum reality, also means recognizing that you're not separate from anyone or anything else. In quantum physics, entanglement shows that particles that were once connected remain connected regardless of distance, instantly affecting each other. Your consciousness is entangled with all consciousness. What you do affects the whole. What you think contributes to the collective field. Who you become influences everyone around you. You're not an isolated individual trying to get yours in a competitive world. You're a unique expression of universal consciousness, and your awakening serves the awakening of all. This changes how you relate to others. You stop seeing people as obstacles or resources or threats. You see them as mirrors, reflecting back aspects of your own consciousness. You see them as fellow creators, each on their own journey. You see them as consciousness expressing through different forms. This doesn't mean you're passive or allow others to mistreat you, but it means you respond from understanding rather than judgment, from compassion rather than condemnation, from wisdom rather than reactivity. The awakened master also understands the power of presence, being fully present in this moment, not lost in regret about the past or anxiety about the future, but here, now, aware, because this moment is the only point of power. The past is gone. The future hasn't happened. The only place you can create is now. The only time you can choose is now. The only moment you're alive is now. Everything else is memory or imagination. When you're fully present, you're in quantum reality. You're in the space of infinite possibility before anything has collapsed into fixed form. You're at the choice point, where consciousness meets potential and creates experience. This is why all spiritual traditions emphasize presence, being here now, not as a nice idea, but as the actual mechanism of conscious creation. You can only create consciously when you're conscious, and you're only truly conscious when you're present. But presence doesn't mean empty awareness. It means full engagement with what is while maintaining your center. You feel your emotions fully without being controlled by them. You engage with circumstances completely without being defined by them. You give your full attention to each moment without losing yourself in it. This is the paradox of mastery. Total involvement with life combined with complete non-attachment to outcomes. The master has also learned to read the signs. Synchronicities, meaningful coincidences, are not random. They're the universe communicating with you, showing you that you're in alignment, that you're on the right path, that your consciousness is creating. When you start seeing repeated numbers, when you think of someone and they immediately call, when you need something and it appears, these aren't accidents. These are correspondences between your inner state and outer reality. They're evidence that you're operating in quantum reality, where consciousness and circumstance are intimately connected. But the master doesn't chase synchronicities or make them into something mystical. They simply notice them, appreciate them, and let them reinforce their understanding that consciousness creates reality. They don't need constant signs to believe. The signs are just confirmation of what they already know. And when signs don't appear, when things seem silent or stuck, the master trusts anyway. They understand rhythm, they know about gestation periods, they've made peace with divine timing. Living as an awakened master also means taking full responsibility for your state of being. Not responsibility in the sense of blame or burden, but responsibility. The ability to respond, the power to choose how you show up, regardless of circumstances. No one makes you angry. You choose anger. No one makes you happy. You choose happiness. No one controls your frequency. You do. This is the ultimate freedom and the ultimate responsibility. You are always at choice about your consciousness, and your consciousness is always creating your experience. This level of responsibility can feel heavy at first. It means you can't blame anyone for anything. You can't make your past responsible for your present. You can't make your circumstances responsible for your emotional state. You can't make other people responsible for your happiness or success or fulfillment. Everything is on you. But once you truly embrace this, it becomes liberating rather than burdensome. Because if everything is on you, then everything is also in your power to change. The awakened master lives with this level of accountability. When something unwanted shows up, they don't immediately look outside themselves for the cause. They look within. What consciousness created this? What belief attracted this? What frequency generated this? They're not beating themselves up. They're recognizing their creative power and using that recognition to create differently. This is the difference between victim consciousness and creator consciousness. Victims blame, creators create. Now I want to address something important. Becoming an awakened master doesn't mean you never struggle, never doubt, never have bad days. It means you have tools for working with struggle. You have understanding that contextualizes doubt. You have practices for transforming bad days. You're not transcending your humanity. You're embodying it more fully while simultaneously remembering your divinity. You're becoming completely human and completely conscious at the same time. There will be moments when you forget, when you fall back into old patterns, reactive behaviors, unconscious creating. This is part of the process. The master doesn't judge these moments. They use them. Each time you catch yourself being unconscious, you have an opportunity to become more conscious. Each time you notice you've fallen into an old pattern, you can choose a new response. This is how mastery develops. Not through perfection, but through consistent choosing. Not through never falling, but through getting up each time you do. And here's something beautiful. As you embody these principles more consistently, as you live more and more from quantum reality, your life begins to reflect this shift. Not through force or struggle, but through natural correspondence. You start attracting different people. People who operate at your new frequency. Opportunities that match your elevated consciousness begin appearing. Resources flow more easily. Health improves. Relationships deepen. Abundance increases. Not because you're manipulating reality, but because you're finally aligned with it. This is the life of the awakened master, not separate from the challenges and experiences of being human, but engaging with them from a completely different level of consciousness, creating instead of reacting, choosing instead of being chosen for, responding instead of being triggered, living from the inside out instead of the outside in, knowing that consciousness creates reality instead of believing that reality creates consciousness. The ancient masters who preserved this knowledge didn't do it so it could sit in books or be discussed in theory. They did it so that when the student was ready, when you were ready, you could take this knowledge and use it to transform your life, and through your transformation, contribute to the transformation of human consciousness itself. That time is now. The knowledge has been transmitted. The principles have been revealed. The question is no longer whether you can live as an awakened master. The question is, will you? Will you commit to daily practice of these principles? Will you choose consciousness over unconsciousness moment by moment? Will you take full responsibility for your experience? Will you trust the process even when you can't see the outcome? Will you maintain your frequency regardless of external circumstances? Will you remember who you really are, even when the world tells you otherwise? These are not rhetorical questions. They're the questions that determine whether you remain knowledge-rich but experience-poor, or whether you become the living embodiment of these truths, the awakened master who demonstrates what's possible when a human being fully embraces their creative power and uses it wisely. Start now, not tomorrow, not when you feel more ready, not when circumstances are better. Now, this moment. Choose one principle to work with today. Maybe it's generating elevated emotions for 10 minutes this morning. Maybe it's consciously transmuting one low-frequency emotion into a higher one. Maybe it's recognizing a limiting belief and questioning it. Maybe it's taking full responsibility for one situation instead of blaming. Maybe it's being fully present for one conversation. Just one conscious choice, one moment of mastery, one application of the principles. And then tomorrow, do it again. And the next day, and the next. Not perfectly, not flawlessly, but consistently. Each conscious choice strengthens your ability to make the next conscious choice. Each moment of mastery makes the next moment easier. Each time you remember who you are, remembering becomes more natural. This is how you build the life of an awakened master. One choice at a time, one moment at a time, one day at a time. The masters are not waiting to judge you. They're waiting to welcome you, to recognize you as one of them, to celebrate your awakening. Because the lineage of awakened masters is not exclusive. It's not reserved for the specially gifted or the religiously devoted. It's for anyone who understands these principles and commits to living them. You qualify simply by choosing, by saying yes to consciousness, by stepping into your power as creator. And as you do this, as you live these principles more consistently, something remarkable will happen. You'll realize that you're not becoming something you weren't. You're remembering what you always were. The master was always inside you. The creative power was always yours. The quantum reality was always available. You were just under a spell that made you forget. And now, through these 9 principles, through this knowledge that was hidden but is now revealed, you're remembering, you're awakening, you're becoming who you always were beneath the programming, beyond the beliefs, behind the illusions. This is your nature. This is your birthright. This is what you are when you strip away everything that you're not. Pure consciousness, creative power, infinite possibility. You are the universe experiencing itself through your unique perspective. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused in physical form. You are the quantum field becoming aware of itself. This isn't poetry. This isn't mysticism. This is physics. This is reality. This is truth. The ancient manuscript that should not exist but does exist isn't really ancient. It's eternal. It's being written right now, in this moment, through your consciousness, through your choices, through your life. You are the manuscript. You are the teaching. You are the living demonstration of consciousness creating reality. Every choice you make, every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every belief you hold. You're writing your chapter in the eternal manuscript of human consciousness, evolving toward its full realization. What will your chapter say? What will your life demonstrate? What will you prove is possible? These are the questions of an awakened master, not focused on what others will think or whether they'll understand, but focused on living truth, embodying principles, demonstrating possibility. Your life is your message. Your consciousness is your gift. Your awakening is your contribution. The masters who came before you understood that their awakening wasn't just personal. It was trans-personal, collective, universal. Every person who wakes up makes it easier for the next person to wake up. Every master who embodies these principles strengthens the field of consciousness that supports others in doing the same. You're not just transforming your life. You're participating in the transformation of human consciousness itself. This is the real secret that was hidden. You're not separate from the whole. Your evolution is evolution itself, happening through you. Your awakening is awakening itself, recognizing itself. Your mastery is mastery expressing through your unique form. And the more you embrace this, the more you step into it, the more you live from it, the more powerful your creative capacity becomes. So here we are, at the end of this journey through the principles, but at the beginning of your journey of embodiment. You've been given keys to the kingdom. You've been shown how reality actually works. You've been invited to join the lineage of awakened masters who have understood these truths throughout history. The door is open. The invitation is extended. The power is yours. What will you do with it? Who will you become? How will you live? These are questions only you can answer. But know this, you are ready. You wouldn't have found this book, read these words, absorbed these principles if you weren't. Some part of you has been calling this knowledge to you. Some part of you has been preparing for this moment. Some part of you already knows what I'm telling you is true, because it resonates with what you've always known deep inside. Trust that knowing. Trust that inner master who's been waiting for you to remember. Trust that creative power that's been dormant but is now awakening. Trust that you are exactly where you need to be, learning exactly what you need to learn, becoming exactly who you're meant to become. The quantum reality is here, now, available. The principles are clear. The path is illuminated. The master within is awakening. And the life you've always dreamed of, the life you came here to live, the life that reflects your highest consciousness, is not someday in the distant future. It's being created right now, in this moment, through your awareness, through your choice, through your commitment to living as the awakened master you truly are. Welcome home. Welcome to remembering. Welcome to quantum reality. Welcome to mastery. Welcome to the life that begins when you finally understand that you are not the creature, but the creator, not the effect, but the cause, not the victim, but the sovereign. This is who you are. This is what you've always been. This is the truth that was hidden but now stands fully revealed. The ancient masters smile, not from above, but from within, because they were never separate from you. They are you, in different times, different bodies, same consciousness. And now you join them, not by leaving the world, but by transforming how you engage with it. The lineage continues. The knowledge lives on. The light spreads. And it all happens through you, as you, because of you. You're the awakened master. You always were. You just forgot for a while. But now you remember, and nothing will ever be the same.